So let's kick it off. Nico, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Aiden's editor and best friend. Yep. I play games. Screw with computers.
Rose.
Hi, I'm Rose. I like games, I like anime. What's up?
Caitlin.
I'm Caitlin. Hi. I have no life outside the internet, so that's me.
Triangle.
I'm Triangle, and I'm a Finnish, and that's my personality.
Brad.
Hi, I'm Brad, and I'm using a computer older than you.
Adele.
My name is Adele. I'm French Canadian. I like to draw and play games.
Hell yeah. And I'm Aiden, streamer. Fuck yeah. All right. So first topic, the dead horse that hasn't been beaten enough on this podcast is coronavirus. So right off the bat, we have a couple new faces, and like last week, I just want to get some new perspectives on it. Obviously, it's the biggest talking point going on in the world right now. We're not going to talk too much about it. It's just one of those things that it's affecting everyone differently. And so it's something that I personally like hearing a little bit about. So yeah, we're going to start with that. Rose, Caitlin, I guess we'll kick it off with Rose. Rose, how has coronavirus impacted you, and what are some things in your life that because of coronavirus has changed, or how has it affected your family, stuff like that?
Yeah. So, a lot of people, I love just drawing and playing games. So being inside hasn't been too terrible, but high school in your year, and everyone's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Your prom, your graduation," and I'm sitting here. We're not. It's okay. We're gonna be moving on to college. It's fine. And then they're like, "No, you have to be upset about that." That's kind of annoying. That's probably one of the worst parts of it. Is people telling me be upset about everything happening. So. Yeah.
Caitlin?
Well, I'm kind of in the same senior year, world's going to crap boat, and I'm happy that I at least have an excuse to use my prom dress, but ultimately just online school, I'm loving it. I've put on pants 3 times in the past month, and every time was just to go get food. But I don't have to deal with people I don't like. Online school is way better than in real life. I'm probably one of the few that perspective, because everywhere I look, people are complaining about online. But I'm honestly loving being locked in. Coronavirus has done so much for me, for my mentality and just my general happiness, which is really, really twisted. I know people are dying, and I'm just over here having the time of my life.
Hell yeah. Do you guys have any updates? Anything new happening in you guys' lives regarding coronavirus?
Nah, it's the same. Schools are off for 10 more days, so that's the only thing that has changed. Nothing else on top of that. So.
Brad, Adele, Nico?
I'm tapped out, man. I left my house for the first time in 4 weeks today. That was good. Sunlight.
They delayed The Last of Us 2 again. So, yeah. There's that.
It's never going to come out.
I promise it is.
It's in development hell, probably, right?
It's gonna be it's an indefinite development, so that we don't know release date, but it will be released.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's it regarding coronavirus.
Wow.
I mean, there's just not much to talk about that we haven't already talked about. I guess I'll just do a little recap. Yeah, coronavirus is yikes. it's in the US, it's supposedly getting a lot worse. The economy's taking a huge hit. I don't know if this was announced last week, but the stimulus package is coming out. So for those of us who have filed our taxes last year, you're good to go. You're gonna get a fat $1,200 check, POG. And if you're a kid, then your parents are gonna get a fat $500 check. Yeah, I mean that's about it. A lot of what's going on regarding coronavirus now since last week is just a lot of kicking and screaming and pointing fingers of whose fault it is. Should we have acted sooner? How could we have acted sooner? And that's about it. As regarding the situation, not much change. The death toll is still going up, but I mean, it is what it is at this point. Not much change from last week to this week. So, where we left off last...
Earlier today, I had gone to Subway to get dinner and tomorrow's lunch. And according to my assistant manager, 2 little old ladies had come in and they're talking about how coronavirus is a hoax. And even if it was real, it wouldn't affect them, even though they're like 70.
Powerful.
It's kind of crazy.
I don't know.
People are
I don't
still
know.
denying everything.
Yeah, I just don't read any of that. I stay with the general public. Called Corona Cash. No, we went over that last time. I mean, gas prices are low. Yeah, it's like $2.
So I guess that's actually something we can briefly touch on because I doubt many of us know too much about it. But the oil princes in like Dubai and all the Middle Eastern countries are actually calling for an emergency conference at the moment due to how low gas is becoming because of coronavirus. And anybody knows how oil works. They don't like to lose their money. So they're calling for an emergency conference to kind of stop the decline of gas prices. But at the end of the day, like, there's not much people can do right now. And I don't really see much changing regarding that front. But
it was $1.68 a gallon when I filled up my car like a week ago.
Yeah, it's very close to the same here.
California is not great. Not gonna lie, because we have a $1 tax on all gas. Not cool, but that's because how much we emit. So I mean,
but yeah, so moving on off of coronavirus, because we all are done with that. It's just beating a dead horse at this point. So where we left off last week was egirls.gg. So for people who might not know what that is, egirls.gg is a new and up and coming site where people can buy boys and girls to like play games and like video games with them. So to give you an idea,
damn it,
there's just one girl on that site.
Only uno mas.
Battle Royale.
Oh, this site is clean.
Damn. Yeah, so to add more to the story, the site's been blowing up as of late because, well, on top of it just being a new site, it's like 3 weeks old. Twitch streamers have been using the site for content for very obvious reasons, and a lot of girls are going onto the site to just make very disgustingly easy money. It is just free money. It's a free check.
I mean, some Twitch people are actually like Sky's Toast and Yuna both have accounts.
Oh yeah, Disguised Toast is trying to be
Pretty
the number
funny.
one account on the site right now.
He is currently. He is bestseller. Disguised Toast, $5 per game.
So
He's
yeah,
making money.
We'll go right down the line. I just want to know everyone's thoughts initially on the site and stuff. You guys all are welcome to like look it up and do your research.
Yeah.
Nico, what are your thoughts?
I think it's funny as hell, and I honestly don't care that people are actually like using it at all. I think it's the funniest shit in the world. There's nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, man. It's all shits and giggles. Like whoever actually pays for this, that's all on you, man. That's all I think about it. I'm gonna make it a count. That's all I.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Rose?
I kind of agree with that. Like, whoever's like making the account, like the girls themselves or whatever guys, be earning money off of that. Good for them. You have an arcade,
You good, bro?
like not that bad playing game.
Rose, can you disconnect and reconnect?
Kinda buggy. Or laggy. Or whatever the fuck.
What's up?
Did Brad go with her?
So okay. So Caitlin's
So-
loading in. All right, triangle.
Well, I mean, I don't have anything against people buying, like, gaming friends or companions or whatever the fuck. Because it's their money, and like at the end of the day, if you wanna buy like a girl to play like League of Legends or something for like one match, like, go ahead. But it's sad to buy someone like to play with you. Like, no. It's
It
like,
is
I don't-
sad.
Yeah, I don't like it, but like I don't have anything against it. And that's my take.
Brad?
So I think it's kind of iffy. Like, it's gonna be like a maybe for me, dog. Like, I don't see the point of like just buying someone for a game. There's a point in playing online and making friends through that. But I guess you're just so lonely. You're just like, unga bunga, cute girl. That's all I have to say.
Big titty.
Also,
That
Brad,
works,
if you
man.
want to disconnect and reconnect, your camera's frozen.
Hmm.
And we're having all the technical
Yeah,
issues today.
we're hitting all the check boxes. This
It's like all the
this
good
episode.
luck, all the good luck from last two casts have just gone to shit. Now it's all piled up.
It's
Yeah, I
like
think I'm gonna have to join and rejoin again because some mics aren't working.
Yeah, no problem.
Does
this is
mine
just
sound
going
better
downhill
now?
fast.
Yeah, you
Is it
sound
good?
good, Rose.
We're good,
Nice.
dog.
I
We're
went to my phone, so that should fix it.
All right, sweet. Okay, that's a bad.
good. Finished making my account.
Bruh.
Dude,
So,
tryna
yeah. So Adele,
scam.
thoughts on egirl.gg?
I think it's great. I think there's no problem with it. If you're good enough friends with a girl to play with them, then that's great. But some guys don't have that chance, so I think it's a great opportunity for them.
So actually, I want to go off what you just said, Adele. Actually, because you actually brought up a good point about being friends. Now, what are your thoughts on the people who, overthink and this will obviously segue into the next part of the conversation. What are your thoughts on the people who take it too far, and like who think
Too
like
far?
read too much into because you mentioned being friends when in reality, let's say you were to post on egirl.gg and Nico were to pay you to play 3 League of Legends games with him, and after it's like okay, like whatever, over and done with, but Nico like wanted to like keep talking to you or whatever. Do you think that's
I think it's okay if both are okay with it, but if you're not comfortable with the person, you can always block them. Like, it's always an option.
true?
Mhm.
that's true.
Nico, what are your thoughts on that whole side of things? Of the people who just kind of take it too seriously and like the problems could arise from a site like this? Because
So, like Adele said, it's like the person always has the power to like block. Ethically, I think it's a bit messed up on whatever man's fault or whatever male is doing that, and or female. Go either way. We don't discriminate here. But I don't know. It's all it's all on the individual. It's like the girls can block them. Don't worry about that. If you make friends while on the site, that's actually pretty badass. I think that's really cool. But for those guys who take it a little too far and they're like, "Oh, I think she likes me," blah blah blah, and then tried to slide into the DMs a little, I don't know, pedo like. That's bad. I don't like that.
That's sort of what I mentioned, like
That hurt.
to Adele, like the difference between playing with a friend and paying for a service. Because like if I were to go on there and pay someone to play with me, like I personally wouldn't view that person as a friend at that point.
God no.
It's a service, or like vice versa. Like if someone were to pay me
Yeah.
to play with them, like that person's not really my friend. They're just paying for a
Weird
service. And
service.
I'm delivering on their service.
Yeah.
Rose, what's your take?
So I feel like it's kind of the same situation with like girl Twitch streamers. Sometimes you see there's creepy people that you can run into, like always. It gets kind of hard. Like you see, like there's so many like horror stories of like online, you know, like people messaging them or sending death threats, and it can be scary like that. If this service is like, you know, like they connect over Discord or something by paying, then, you know, it might be like kind of off-putting to some people, but by signing up, I feel like you're ready, and you know, there's always the block button. So.
For me, it's mainly the block button. Like I see that as like fair use, sen. But I can see how you can relate it to Twitch streamers. It's like when a Twitch streamer gets a little too when a viewer gets a little too friendly with the Twitch streamer, they're like, "Oh, she reads my stuff in chat all the time. That means she likes me."
I actually agree big time with what Rose said about the comparison to female Twitch streamers. Like, I mean, I see that happen very often with just friends I have who are females in the streaming scene. Like, it's way too often you get those viewers who,
so cringy, man.
Like I donated $3,000. Like, what do you mean we're not friends? Like, what do you mean you don't want to talk to me after your stream?
Take my money.
Exactly.
Notice me.
Notice me, senpai.
Notice me.
Please say hey.
So basically, what you're saying is they're simps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yes and.
They're kind of like, well, with the Twitch streamers and stuff, they're like trying to to donate the money to get the action that they're not getting. Like they're assuming they should get it.
Yeah, that's a definition of a simp.
It's a nice boy, like a simp and a nice boy.
Like I hate that word, but yeah.
Give stuff,
not
but
really.
Like, nothing in return, but he expects to get something in return, and that's like the definition of a simp. So they're simps.
So basically entitled.
Yeah. So Caitlin, what are your thoughts?
I don't know. It just seems wrong. Like just the concept of like you're buying someone really, and that whole situation just seems really gross. And talk about using the block button. That doesn't always work. People make fake accounts. They make throwaways and they come back. Like blocking means absolutely nothing to some people, so it can really get
I mean,
very very fast.
If we're talking in terms of Discord, like for example, Discord allows you to like completely like when you block someone, they can't interact with you whatsoever. You can also make your account private to where friends or no one but friends can message. And I hope there's something like that on e-girls that I could see the site. I could see the site becoming very troublesome very soon. Like I don't know if there's a lot of e-girls that DG horror stories out yet, but we'll probably see a resurgence fairly.
I mean, like I mentioned when the conversation first started, like the site is only a couple of weeks old. It's not even a month old yet. So I mean, with a site like this, with so many sites to compare it to, I mean, look at what we're, and we can get into this whole side of things at the very end of the conversation, but I mean, look at Twitch. Like, look at Twitch in the beginning for female streamers, and look at what it's become now for some female streamers. It's, you see porn stars and chatterbait models who are smart enough to come onto Twitch and tap into an entirely new audience to kind of promote something else. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if egirl.gg became just another platform for people who want to dip their toes into the sex worker industry and market themselves in just one more way to market themselves, if that makes sense.
Go ahead.
I mean,
oh,
free property.
So I want to say that, like, I'm not gonna say whether women should or should not be sexualized. I'm saying that there's like a market for it, so it would make sense that they would like do it. Like, they could make money off of it.
I mean, it's definitely a market. There's a whole industry dedicated to that. So if a woman like allocates herself to be that and she knows what she's doing, I see nothing wrong with it. Now, if, for example, a woman is like in a sports bra on Twitch, I don't think she should be sexualized, especially if she doesn't clarify this, or especially if she clarifies it.
My fault for letting the conversation get off topic, but let's focus more on egirl.gg. We can get into that whole side of it after we talk about egirl.gg. So Triangle, what's your take on egirl.gg and just the site as a whole?
I already said it. Aiden.
Okay, my bad. There's like 100 different things going on at once. All right, Brad, your take.
I already had my take too.
I think we all have.
Adele.
She already
I
did
mean,
too.
I kind of said it, but someone mentioned like that there's some creeps that can always come back, but I feel like that can happen on anywhere, even if you don't get paid to do anything. It's just there's creeps everywhere, and I think if you just keep trying to avoid them, you literally can't.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
I mean, especially since it's everywhere. It's like people know by going on sort of like these sorts of sites that they're increasing their chance of that happening. It's like, if you don't think about that and you make an account and you get harassed, delete your account. Like, at that point, if it's too much for you to handle, then
yeah, I agree with
it's
that.
all on you.
Yeah.
I think one thing we can definitely all agree on is definitely like sites like that are not for the faint of heart, for sure. Like, if you're someone who can't take a mean comment, or if you're the type of streamer who, if one person says one negative thing about you in chat and you're getting in tears over it, then probably not for you. And like Nico said, you should just probably not have an account on that site.
Kill and mute the stream.
But yeah, so anywhere else on egirl.gg that we want to touch on?
Thank you.
Nope. Someone's echoing.
Yeah, so I guess back to the topic that we were talking about before, which is like, kind of like just a tree branch on off of the whole egirl.gg thing, and just basically, I guess we can say, like, females in the entertainment industry, speaking more directed towards like Twitch and stuff like that, and how this is more of Adele's pitch herself, but like just sexism in the game industry and stuff like that. And has it gotten worse? Has it kind of stayed the same over the years? I guess we'll start with you, Nico.
I don't think it's changed whatsoever. I think there's been more like acknowledging, like, hey, there's these bad people in this industry, and that people are harassing people who shouldn't be harassed for stupid crap like being in a sports bra on stream, like dumb crap like that. But like Pokimane, like, for example, like turning around and walking outside of her door, like that's like a big one. It's like all she did was leave the bedroom
Yeah, I've seen
It's like-
compilation of
Exactly.
of those things where she
Yeah.
walks.
Exactly. Like calm down, you horny 14-year-olds
Or 30-year-old. 30.
or 30. Yeah.
Rose, how about you? How about your take?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, in terms of general gaming industry, I feel like there is a point where I tried to play CS:GO, and then that really didn't. It was kind of scary being on there, because every single comment that's directed towards you once they hear your voice it's nonstop, just
Mm.
talking about, oh my god, a girl. Like it doesn't end. And it could be funny sometimes. Like it's not always like creepy, but it definitely can be. So I'm just, toxicity has always been a thing for like guys and girls. But, there's definitely certain comments that like come out during that time. And then some people that just won't leave it alone the whole time. So that's been kind of my experience with that.
Okay. And it's actually good that we have a lot of girls on the podcast this week to kind of talk about like different experiences and stuff like that and how it's affected you guys each in its own ways. So yeah, no, thank you, Rose. Caitlin, how about you regarding, sexism in the gaming industry and entertainment industry like Twitch and YouTube and stuff like that?
Well, really, I don't know because I don't have any really personal experience. I really don't watch a whole lot of stuff on Twitch or whatnot. Very much so confined for me. So I know that's really bad for a lot of people, and there are quite a lot of like stalkers coming after people. Especially, really haven't heard any stories, but I really don't know because I don't have that experience.
Okay. All right.
Podcast.
All right, here we go, boys. All right, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. I had to just fix the camera settings and stuff, switching over to the 7-person cast. We're talking about just sexism in the video game industry and on Twitch and stuff like that, and what we think about it. So we'll move on to Adele. This was your topic, as I mentioned, so, take it away.
Well, I didn't think you would actually go ahead with it, but okay. We were talking specifically on Twitch or like in video game, like, like
just
community?
just the industry as a whole. So Twitch,
okay.
video games.
Sexist industry.
Well, a lot of shit happens every day, and most girls don't talk. Like, most girls don't talk on games because they get insulted. Like, I have 150 hours on CSGO. I've heard girls talk only twice, and it's insane. I think it shouldn't be that way. I think most girls should go ahead and talk, even if you get insulted. You just try to, I don't know, like, you will never get anywhere if you just don't talk. That's my opinion.
Okay.
So you think they should power through?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's
I know
kinda
the
scary
comments.
sometimes.
Yeah, the comments are really awful sometimes, but if you prove that you're stronger than them, then they can't do anything. Sorry, I can't speak.
I agree, but I don't blame the girls who don't want to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand it. Just let
Um,
people play the games however they want.
So, question for Caitlin, Rose, and Adele: have either of you three played Rainbow Six Siege?
Yes.
I
So-
have not.
Like
I'm
once
too
a
cheap to
while
buy the
ago.
game.
So I just wanted to get you guys' opinion on sexism in that game specifically, because I know sexism in Rainbow Six Siege, surprisingly compared to most games, is arguably the worst. Where because they have a system where you can vote to kick a specific player.
On
So-
CS
I
as
see
well.
what you mean.
So
Yeah, I feel like
speaking.
CS would be worse.
Speaking personally, my sister, she was playing Rainbow Six Siege. It was a ranked game. They were winning, and she starts talking, mentioned something about one of the sites, and they were 1 point away from winning, and she had the most kills on the team, whatever. She recorded the match. They voted to kick her on the spot just for talking because she was a female.
Yep.
Wow.
This
That's
happens
really
every day.
disgusting.
Literally every single day. I got kicked so many times just because I talk on CS. It's insane.
Damn.
Like they wait until the last round and then they kick you so that you don't get any of like the points or anything.
And it's a huge time waster for sure.
I mean, it's happened to
Yep.
me just for being an asshole, but like,
That's yeah, but
Well,
that's not
that's
the
a
discussion.
reason.
Nico.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of
Justified.
but yeah,
story.
but that, yeah, exactly. That's justified. But like for you guys, yeah, I'm sorry that happened. I honestly didn't even know. Like, CS, I knew that shit
CS,
was
it's
happening.
really bad, yeah.
Yeah, like CS, I assume was like CS is toxic. It's like League of Legends toxic, but like you can't do that in League, and there's no voice chat.
Mhm.
Well, kind of it, but it's awful. But
Yeah.
Also, team killing.
I didn't know
is,
Siege was
like,
Team
so bad.
kills. Team kills. Oh my
Team
god.
killing gets.
I didn't know Siege was so bad.
Siege,
Yeah,
I haven't had any bad experiences actually on Siege. People are
Yeah, I
pretty
haven't
nice.
seen any bad
I think CS is
experiences.
definitely the worst.
Yes, yes.
And
So-
CS is doing a lot better now. I was.
So here's a question for you guys. Then, what would be your fix to that?
Just keep talking.
No,
Try
no,
to.
your fix
But
to
they-
like getting
they'll
booted from games and stuff like that.
Oh.
Um,
Educate your fucking kids. I don't know.
No, I meant like more.
Be
Think,
better parents.
think of it more from the perspective of like game devs and stuff like that, and how they go about combating an issue like that. Because think of it like this: like, let's say in this situation, we'll take SCS for example. Let's say you have one teammate screaming the N-word. Obviously, voting to kick that person is something you should do. But if they were to remove that feature altogether to combat something like sexism, then you have then you have people who, hey, I can't get kicked. I can do whatever the fuck I want. So I just want to know how you'd recommend that game developers go about kind of combating situations like that.
I think that, like a reporting feature has to be a thing. And then if you do report them, or if you just choose to just muting that person altogether. Like, it's hard when it comes to things like team killing or somebody like physically doing something that isn't talking.
I mean, there's
And not having the ability to kick them can be annoying, but I feel like if they were going to get rid of that, then just in general, easier ways to like mute someone
Okay.
would be the way to go.
Hmm.
Okay. Nico.
Sorry. Can I
No,
go?
Nico, take it away.
All right, so I honestly think like some sort of like voice algorithm should probably be put in so that you can keep the kick feature, and so like say a girl talks, I don't know, some sort of voice recognition software. Like I don't know if it's possible or probably possible. Like some sort of voice recognition software that like can determine whether or not it's a plausible reason for getting kicked. So like if someone's saying the N-word, the software can like determine that and then either kick it on its own or allow you to vote kick that person. Like I think this
Like
person
an automated feature?
Yeah,
but it's
pretty
gonna be
much.
like-
It's more like no one can get voted kicked initially, but if someone team kills, if someone says the N-word, someone does anything like that, then you can be.
So it prompts everybody in the game with
Yeah.
a vote once the system detects that. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I
That's
guess
actually
that's
pretty smart.
Yeah, that way they can't like, oh, I heard a female voice, vote to kick. Boop. See ya.
triangle.
Yeah, but I mean, like, there's always voice changers and stuff like that
Yeah.
distorts the audio. Like, it's gonna be really hard to like account those in like the kicking
mean-
process.
You'll be able to have an algorithm determine like if someone says the N-word specifically. It's like even if it's extremely high pitched,
So
Yeah,
voice
but-
recognition software should be able to recognize.
hold on, Nico.
Yeah,
I
but there's
think I
like
know what your
software
triangle
that
means.
like changes the pitch all the time, so it's like the algorithm can't detect it.
So to,
Yeah. Sorry.
So to kind of like further explain what Triangle's saying, he means more to the sense of like what we were originally talking about with females talking, whereas you're talking about like picking up a word, which is a lot easier for an automated system to do than the frequency. Like for example, let's say a male has a very feminine voice. Okay,
Yeah. Take
so
me.
like that, you know what I mean? Like that wouldn't work.
I mean, why would they care, they can't be kicked if they have a feminine voice. Like they're not gonna get kicked. I already said that. Like you're immune to kicking initially, and only if that word is said or if you team kill that you can be kicked.
I mean, at this point, there's still some females that are toxic and that deserve to be kicked, you know?
Yeah,
You can't just
exactly.
not be kicked because you're female.
Yeah,
That's how I'm saying. Like if you're being toxic, get kicked. Doesn't matter. Everyone's
see what-
immune to it at first, but if you're being toxic, there's literally no loopholes.
I see what he means now. So
Voice
like,
Yeah.
changer.
Like
The voice- that's
everybody's
not a
immune
loophole.
to it at first.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, like it can change the frequency, like all
I know
the time.
if you're saying like a voice changer that adds distortion, like to constantly change your pitch and stuff, it's like that automatically could get you kicked because you're already using external
Yeah.
program. They need to like they have anti-cheat, like CS:GO for example. They have anti-cheat stuff. It sucks ass. Don't get me wrong, but if they step that up too, they could get rid of the people with voice changes initially before that even happened.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
I think
It's like, it's just a matter of fixing your game.
something
as
like
well
that.
as well as culturally and community to make it more like for girl gamers to be more accepted generally.
And I feel like going back to what Adele was saying, I feel like it would definitely make people more comfortable to speak, knowing they wouldn't run the risk of being kicked. So again, going back to my sister, she just does not talk in Rainbow Six Siege period anymore because it's like, why risk getting kicked for no reason at all when you can avoid it by just not speaking?
Yeah, and that's a huge shame because communication in that game is
Exactly.
highly
Yeah,
needed.
True.
it's just angry gamers.
Angry gamers saying the gamer word, and just running around.
I'm gonna like be assassinated soon.
Brad?
I mean, I don't really have much to say on this. I don't know. I just don't have much.
Do you think it's an issue in games that game developers should address, or do you think that there's better ways of handling it than already mentioned methods?
Yeah, I think there could be better ways of handling it. I just don't have any like ideas, but I know that there can be just more than like the vote kick system, like, oh, it's a female, vote kick immediately. Like they can improve on that. Like Nico was saying with all the recognition and stuff. So there's definitely ways that they can fix it. It'll just take time.
Okay. Caitlin?
I really don't have any ideas of other ways that could be fixed. Like, obviously, it does need to be fixed, and there really is no one perfect solution. Somehow, someone's going to find a loophole or just a way to completely exploit whatever solution is put into place. But I really do think that Nico has a really good point with setting up some system to recognize certain words or a phrase and then making it open for, hey, this person's being trash, you can get rid of them.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I guess going off of all that, bringing it back to where basically it all stemmed from, Twitch and sexism on Twitch, and I guess kind of just going full circle. So what is everyone's opinion on the current state of sexism in, specifically speaking to Twitch, and that whole messy issue of gray area when it comes to bans and certain actions not being taken towards certain streamers because of gender, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Nico, kick it off.
It's a whole playing field, man. So sexism in Twitch over like the past 6 years, or however long Twitch has been out, like 5-6 years, something like that. But I think it hasn't gotten much better, to be honest. If anything, I'm not gonna say it's gotten worse because people are still people. But as for like female streamers that get like berated, like if they don't identify like, or if they're not abusing that for their donations and stuff, because there's few who do that, obviously. It's like if they just want to be a female streamer, like for example Pokemon, who plays games and does whatever she wants, like it's up to her moderators to keep it on a down low. It's like Twitch does have its like programs for like, oh, someone said this bad thing in chat, blah blah blah. But I honestly think like physical discrimination on like the site should just be leveled as a whole. That's all I really have.
Okay. Brad.
I mean, I've actually talked with like a different streamer that's like people like get pissed at her because they call her a titty streamer, but she's not. She just streams like games, so she gets berated for like because she's a woman on Twitch. I guess. I mean,
Now, do you have like any take regarding that? Like, do you think that she's ever done anything that would? Now, do you feel like any of the criticism female streamers get is with any merit at all, or do you think all of it's no?
I mean, like it's kind of like dodgy at some points, like what people have done. But I think overall, some of the hate, like that women streamers are getting for no reason, is just like unneeded. But with certain streamers, like I guess Alinity, the big terrible person that nobody likes, like she deserves all the hate coming towards her for being just a terrible person.
Okay.
I honestly still don't think she deserves the hate.
Well, we can. Okay. Well, we can get into that after everyone gets their 2 cents in. But yeah, no, I would love to deep dive that one. Rose, take it away.
Wait, I'm unmuted, right? Yeah, okay. So, I feel like there's definitely some bits that can go both ways. Like, there are, like, the whole argument of, like, titty streamers, sometimes it gets annoying because it can be used either way, you know? Like, sometimes the person isn't trying to do that at all, and sometimes they are, and honestly, if you're going to watch them or not, like, the audience decides whether or not somebody gets popular on it or not, so people can enjoy that kind of content as long as it's not violating guidelines. But there's also, like you mentioned in the beginning, like sort of like getting off easy type of thing. I think it was an Alinity thing where I first heard that, right? Where like sometimes it's like a guy could do something on Twitch that either clearly violates the guidelines or is a gray area and will get banned, and then a girl could do something and it's handled more like gently, like, oh, don't do it again, like slap on the wrist type of thing. I think it definitely can go both ways, and that needs to be acknowledged that there are different issues that are present. But of course, the glaring big issue is just, you know, the amount of backlash that they get, kind of like the CSGO. Like, there's just that sexual backlash that automatically comes with being a female streamer.
Now, do you think, regardless of the situations surrounding female streamers, sometimes now, do you think, regardless of all that, there's zero merit to be had in any of the backlash, like any of the hate specifically about being a female streamer?
I mean, it depends on the hate. I mean, I don't think that any way they look or how they present themselves, what they wear, has any merit unless they're, again, like violating guidelines. Like, there's sites for certain content, and Twitch is a site for a certain type of content. But sometimes, you know, they're not doing that. And if they're popular, then the people that are watching them just want to see that, you know? I'm like, oh, well.
I love that answer, personally.
Yeah.
Adele, take it away.
So we're talking about like female streamers, but like to me, I'm gonna talk personally. Like I've gotten so many comments like, "Oh, you could make a great streamer." I'm like, because you're a female. I feel like that's a lot of how a lot of females on Twitch started, and I feel like it's not really about their personality. I guess that could change in the future, but like, have you seen a female streamer that isn't look good looking? Like that has big numbers? Like I don't think so.
Nope.
Exactly. Like I would like that to change for sure, because we deserve just as much as anyone to, like, I don't know, have popularity, even though we could be anyone, you know?
Yeah, I agree. Like there's some pretty not so good looking men that stream. but still have good numbers. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like in the same regard. It's like that equality should be met there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what was I gonna say? It was something. So you think a lot of why female streamers start isn't because of their personality, but more so surrounding their looks?
Yeah, like because they get told, oh, you could make a great streamer, do it, and they're like, oh, I could make easy money off this, great, I'll do it. But like, I know there's some great streamers out there that are good at video games and shit. It's just, I don't know, I would like more of them to like be about their personality, which I don't know a lot. Maybe there is out there, but I don't know them because nobody watches them, you know?
So now my question to you is, do you think that's a kind of a loaded question here, but do you think that's kind of a problem? Like think of it like in this respect, like as a woman, do you not feel that you are entitled to do as you please with your body? And if, like, for example, let's say you have a female streamer who is very attractive, and she knows she's very attractive, and she knows that there's a very good market for that on Twitch that can make her a lot of money. Now, do you think it's wrong of her to go to a site like Twitch and use that as a huge marketing factor for her stream, even though it's her body, she's her own individual, and it's just how she's choosing to run her brand?
I mean, I don't think it's wrong. It's just, do you see males doing that? No. You know what I mean?
I guess my opinion is, do you know any males do you think that could do that?
I don't know. I really don't.
Because I know, me personally, if I was like a total stud, like, I can't, I myself cannot think of any guy who I would tell, oh, stream, because I think you look attractive enough to stream.
Ricardo
see?
Milos.
Oh yeah.
Don't know who that is.
You don't?
Oh, wait.
Jesus.
Okay, but so
It's a funny dancing guy.
I was gonna use the example of like, think of like a Leonardo DiCaprio. Everyone thinks Leonardo DiCaprio is attractive, but people on Twitch wouldn't watch Leo because he's attractive. It's because he's stupidly famous. You know what I mean? He's a famous celebrity actor. Same with Ricardo. Ricardo's a meme. So we could sit here and say, oh, well, you know, they're watching him because he's attractive. Well, okay, but more so they're watching him because he's a meme. Like, you suggested him because of the meme. You know what I mean? You don't think Homeboy is attractive, and if you do, then that's great. But you're not going to sit there and watch him because he's good looking. You're watching him because of the meme. So in that respect, Adele, like, do you think that...
Oh, damn.
Does that change your stance at all, or...
I don't know. It's like, it's very complicated. I think there's so many exceptions that I can't really speak for everyone. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Triangle, what's your take?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Rose.
Well, I mean,
It's okay.
I
just ask
don't
another-
just.
You go first.
No,
and then
Rose,
I'll go.
Rose, you got it.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I mean, I was just looking it up, and I don't know how exactly right these numbers are, but it says around 81.5% of Twitch users are male. I feel like that plays a big factor in whether or not you can be successful, like, marketing yourself that way. Like, if a guy were to come on, I feel like they can if they market themselves as, like, a buff guy, and their personality is based around that, and, you know, funny aspect to it. There's totally people that can get popular off of that. I do think it would be more of, like, maybe a meme way, because that's just how our culture works today. But I think it's harder just because so much of, like, the consumers on Twitch are male themselves.
I think that's an awesome point, actually. And
Yeah.
it's something that people often don't think about. Like, and I guess I'll kind of like slightly dip into it a little. Like, think of sites like Chatterbait or Pornhub. There are entire categories of male on male, and on Chatterbait, just guys, with tens of thousands of viewers. Now, we could sit here and say, oh, well, you know, some of the guys on Twitch might be gay, so, you know, there is a market for really attractive guys. I'd argue that that's not really what gay guy on Twitch is going to watch, whereas a straight guy on Twitch might be more. I feel like there's no correlation there, but when you think of all these other sites where the audience is very 50% male and 50% female, you do see success in good-looking guys like Chatterbait, Pornhub, and stuff like that, where there is a market for good-looking guys. But like Rose just mentioned, because Twitch is such a male-dominated site, you don't really see the same correlation as other sites with a very 50 to like equal viewership in male to female ratio. But Triangle, take it away.
Well, I mean, I can't really say anything that hasn't been already said, but like the only thing I can really say is that like I know like a female streamer, and she usually doesn't get that much like sexist content or like people harassing her, and she's like an all Finnish channel, so like no England, but like she doesn't get that much of it, and I'm just thinking that like is it more of like an no, I'm just not gonna say that.
Say it, or I'll say it for you.
Is it a cultural thing, like United States versus like? No,
Yeah.
definitely 100%. There's a lot more sex. Yeah, there's like a lot more sexism, like, or at least like that male leading mentality in the United States versus like other places in the world.
Yeah,
I
we're like
wouldn't-
really equal here.
I wouldn't say male leading like Nico just said. Because,
You know what I mean, though.
I don't really know what you mean, because when you think of places in like the Middle East and stuff like that, you're very
It's completely
wrong.
male dominated, right?
Yeah, and I'd say that in the U.S. we're nothing like that at all.
We're nothing like that, but so say it's a spectrum, and like Finland's all the way on the right, and Middle East is all the way on the left, right? The U.S. would land somewhere like right here, or in the middle compared to.
Yeah, I
Finland.
definitely put us more in the middle. And I feel like our society is changing more and more to, I don't know, we're very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very apologetic here in the U.S.
Or
I'd
progressive.
argue,
Canada.
apologetic, progressive, same thing. But we have a knack for, if we feel like there's an issue, we go above and beyond to correct that issue, and sometimes a lot of the actions we take to correct said issues aren't really always the best way. For example, there was an initiative on Mixer to get more female streamers. So what did they do? They were offering females on Twitch 6-figure salaries right off the bat to come stream on Mixer. Like streamers who might have been my size in channel were getting offered like 6-figure salaries to go to Mixer solely for being a female, just to increase diversity on their site. And that's sort of what I mean by, you have the right intentions with the worst way of going around it. And
Yeah.
Twitch is the exact same way. It's a known fact within the Twitch community that if you're a female streamer on the rise compared to a male streamer on the rise, the female streamer will almost always take priority over you in getting partnered. And I guess that's a very hot take, but there's a lot of evidence that would point to that being the truth. And it's similar to what I mentioned about Mixer. Diversity. They want to encourage diversity. They want to encourage more females to stream on Twitch. So what better way to do that than get them partnered as fast as possible? So to give an example, let's say, hypothetically, Adele were to start streaming tomorrow. And she would do it on somewhat of a regular schedule, stream for a decent amount each week. And after a couple months, maybe her viewership isn't that great. She's like 25, 30 viewers per stream. Not bad numbers by any means. But are they partner numbers? No, not even close. I would bet my money that Adele gets partnered within 3 to 4 months with those decent numbers, but they're not partner numbers by Twitch's own, like their own numbers of what they deem what a partner should be. their numbers are upwards of 100. But I see it all the time where small-time female streamers with 20 to 30 viewers are getting partnered to push the narrative of diversity and to push the whole, oh yeah, we have 50% male streamers and 50% female streamers. But how many of those female streamers actually deserve to be partnered compared to those male streamers? It's Twitch's environment is constantly catering more towards diversity and less so who deserves it and who doesn't. And yeah, I'll let you guys take it from there. Whoever wants to chime in on all that. I know there's a lot of information intake right there.
I like it. Like I see just push diversity, but not with unequal sort of point of view. That's what you want, but like that's what Mixer and Twitch are not doing. Like they're pushing diversity, yeah, but in the completely wrong ways. It kind of just like when you said Mixer was paying like lower streamers to come to their site.
Not
like
so much lower female, lower female.
Or just
streamers.
like lower female streamers to come to the site to mix up diversity. It's like it kind of just made me think of like e-girls touchy again. It's like like Mixer starting to just pay women to come to their site. It's like yeah, the narrative is fine, but the execution is wrong.
Adele, Rose, Caitlin, how do you guys feel? Being the females of the podcast, obviously, this topic very catered towards you guys.
Very equal podcast. 3 and 3. Part of that.
Nowadays, it's like everything has to be equal. Like feminism, let's have everything be equal, but then no one actually looks at what's actually deserved. It's kind of like participation trophies. Like you showed up, everyone wins. It doesn't matter the work you do. It doesn't matter the quality of anything. It's, hey, you're here. Here's your reward for doing absolutely the bare minimum. And it's really not fair to anyone. Everyone wants to make everything so equal that it's no longer fair. And it's actually kind of infuriating.
Like from what Aiden said, it sounded like some of the streamers weren't even meeting their minimum requirements to become a partner, but still getting partnered. Is that true, Aiden?
Oh, no. Caitlin, go.
All right.
Aiden, you can say what.
No. Please, trust me. Go.
It really isn't fair, because you have guys who are doing a lot of work. They're doing everything that they're supposed to. They might even be meeting the requirements. However, a girl shows up and suddenly, like, all hell breaks loose, basically. Like, it's complete chaos, and it's really not fair to the guys who are actually doing the work. Everyone wants to, oh, we're so diverse, everything's equal, we're pro-feminism, you can't hate us. And yet they're making, like, all the wrong choices. They're not helping anyone, really.
Okay. Rose, Adele?
You can start if you want.
I feel kind of like if I didn't meet the requirements and I was offered something like that, it would feel kind of like a slap to the face. It's like we're giving you, it's like a pat on the back. I feel like a participation reward is a really good way to put it. Because it's like, you don't feel accomplished by getting that. I mean, sure, you might, but knowing like the statistics of it, and knowing their baseline and how you haven't met that, I feel like there's an argument of, sometimes it's harder for them to get by because of the sexism already present. So this is the way to make up for it, but it doesn't create an atmosphere where things are equal. It creates just another space where they're giving preferential treatment to one person just because of how they were born, which isn't how it should be run, I don't feel like. And I feel like, if you really try and you work your hardest and you're a girl streamer, you're going to get those numbers because you can be just as awesome and you don't need to be given this treatment like you're a baby, like pat on the head, like, oh, good job, honey. That's kind of how it sounds.
Adele?
I agree that it's done like very not in the right way at all. I know diversity should be like come on its own, but like it's not. I don't think paying girls to go in there is a solution at all. I think it's even gonna create more problems and more reasons to say like, oh, it's not fair, which it isn't. It's not fair.
So you mentioned very briefly a diversity should come on its own, but it's not. So does that mean that you're kind of okay with Twitch kind of helping push along that, like speed up diversity by allowing more females into the partner program to kind of help balance the tables of male to female partner ratio?
I think it should be done, but not this way at all. I think it shouldn't be a reason of like money. I think females should want on their own to do this, just like males are.
Well, I guess
Credit should be given where it's earned instead of where it's expected.
Yeah.
So I guess my question to you three would be, would you guys, let's say you guys are, all three of you guys are partnered on Twitch, would you guys feel less validated if you guys knew a female streamer who had nowhere near the numbers that it took, like that you guys know is required of a streamer to get partnered, and you watch them get partnered? Would that devalidate you guys' own accomplishments?
Oh, absolutely, because it's just kind of like what I said earlier. It's really a slap to the face. Like, they don't care about what you've done. They don't care about your accomplishments. They don't care about all the work that you've put in. They just care that you're female. And it's really insulting.
Yeah. I wouldn't feel good about it personally. Like, if I got partnered and I felt like I didn't deserve it, I'd be like, shit, like, I don't want this. Like, it's, never mind, I don't want it. That's just me, though.
All right.
For another hypothetical, for like the woman in the stream, if you were one of those like affiliate streamers who like averaged 40 subscribers and didn't actually meet the prerequisites to being a partner, like that's on the list, and you were offered the partnership, would you still take it?
Can you repeat that?
So if you didn't meet the prereqs or the requirements to become a partner, but were still offered a partner position, would you take it or not?
Oh, absolutely not.
No, not a chance.
No, again, it's just really insulting.
Yeah, it's about self-respect at this point.
Degrading.
Yeah. Extremely degrading.
Yeah.
Because like I said, that's just saying that company doesn't care about who you are or what you do. They just care about.
Yeah, that person that like further pushes the notive that they're that they don't actually care about diversity, that they just want it to look like.
Maybe I'm biased, but like I know I personally, if I was a girl and I was in that situation, I would be like, oh my god, sign me right the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, I would
partner
too.
me dude.
I don't know, because if like
Twitch, what do I need to do?
I mean, if I grew up as a woman and like was put in that situation, I don't know what I would say. I guess because I don't know the kind of person I would be. I can't.
My train of thought is more so, man, here I've been streaming for 5 years, so like I'm way past the point of do I think I'm deserving of being a partnered on this site or not? I'm way past that. I'm like, yo, Twitch, pull me into a back room, tell me what I need to do, and I'll fucking do it. You want someone dead? Say the word, dude. Say the word. I'm getting purple check mark.
Honestly, and you do deserve it because fucking just the drive and time that you put into it alone.
I have a personal opinion. I mean, it's kind of off topic, and I'll steer us right back after it. But
sure.
I have a personal take on like Twitch partnerships and something like that. And
do you think it should be the prereq should be a different thing completely?
It's so okay. So I understand Twitch completely. Bless you.
Thank you.
Twitch completely in the sense of they need to make money. Yeah. making someone a partner, they're allocating a lot of space and time, and they're putting a lot of faith into that person. So yeah, the prerequisites are already really low to get partnered. So I think lowering them even further would just really start to devalue what being partner is on Twitch. But I also feel like there should be a much more deeper look into who's getting partnered and the people who are applying for partnership. Meaning, what I mean by that is, here you have John the streamer who has been streaming for 6 months. He's got like 70 viewers, which is what's being asked of Twitch. Okay, but turns out John the streamer is only popping off because of a certain game, and it's more of a phase rather than he's a good content creator. People are there because he's good at X game, whatever. You know, a few months go by after he's gotten partnered for his 70, 80, 90 numbers, and oh wow, he's now averaging 1 to 2 viewers. He doesn't really know what to do because he hasn't been streaming on Twitch that long, or breaks to us because, again, hasn't been streaming that long, doesn't really understand the rules or what's asked of him as a content creator. And then you have, you know, Tom. Tom's got 20 to 30 viewers. Tom's been streaming on Twitch for like 5 years. Tom knows the rules. He's, you know, stuck with your site for X amount of years.
Hi, Tom.
So it's like, I feel like there needs to be more bending of the rules as to who gets partnered and who's not. Like, I feel like not everyone who meets the requirements deserves it, and those who don't meet the requirements, sometimes, very special cases, do deserve it. But Twitch over the years has become more and more of a who you know kind of game, and it's getting rough. It's where there used to be a time where, at least how it was when I first started streaming on Twitch, if you were partnered, you worked your ass off. You weren't just some nobody who blew up over the span of a fucking Fortnite game that you played with Myth. You worked your ass off. Like, you streamed for 24 hours every single day. Like, you hear these big streamers talk about it all the time. Like, Soda Poppin' used to stream an extremely unhealthy amount. All of the big streamers used to stream an extremely unhealthy amount. 24-hour streams every single week, multiple times a week even. And now we live in a world where you can get partnered from streaming like 3 hours a day and doing virtually nothing, like reacting to content on Twitch. Twitch themselves have set the bar really low as to what they call a quality streamer, and I feel like it's degrading the overall site. And I mean, it shows in a lot of the people who are getting partnered and stuff like that. And that's not to take away from people who are getting partnered. Like, if you're someone who's getting partnered on Twitch, like, pat yourself on the back. Like, you fucking made it, in my opinion. Like, no one can ever take that away from you, and nor should they. But at the same time, like, you know, don't go running around flaunting that badge when you have 1 viewer. Like, because there are a lot of people out there who would like, not even a joke, quite literally kill to be in your shoes. And it's a very unfair environment. But then again, it's the entertainment industry. What can you do? But getting back on track of the whole, what was it? Like, something.
Twitch girls.
Yeah, okay. So, Triangle. Because you weren't able to give your thoughts yet, right?
Yeah. And I still have, like, nothing to say that hasn't been already said.
Honestly, we've kind of exhausted this topic, and we can talk about, like, who deserves partner versus who doesn't. That'd honestly be really good.
Yeah, but that's like...
That's very loaded.
Maybe we should get into the other topics.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to move on?
I'm just going to take 5 seconds real quick to turn on my lights, because right now I'm a floating head.
Absolutely.
Fine, you can take your time.
So the topic. So I guess the next thing we can talk about is before we start getting into individual topics. Also, real quick, Caitlin, when you're not speaking, your mic is picking up a lot of feedback. Could you just mute when
yeah, sure.
you're not speaking? All right, got you.
It actually just might be
You just push the
the
top.
fan on my computer. I'll turn it off. Because I was
That's a
using
good
my
idea.
laptop screen for light.
Yeah, so before we get into individual topics, let's talk about Valorant.
Valorant.
So, Valorant. I'm going to call it whatever the hell I want. It's
Valorant?
my podcast.
Valorant.
Yeah, Valorant.
Valorant. Wait, Valorant?
Valorant?
Can you say it again?
League of Legends, CS:GO. Okay.
There you go. No, League of Legends, Overwatch, CS:GO.
So, for those who don't know, Valorant is Riot Games' newest game. It's entering open-ish closed invite beta very soon. Right now, you can watch streamers who are reacting to themselves playing the game at the moment to get drops. No one's actually playing it live. It's just people are watching themselves play in a closed beta. It's kind of weird. But so basically, to give a synopsis of the game, it's very similar to CS:GO, Overwatch, Halo, COD, if they all had a baby, and the baby was made by the same creators of League of Legends. That's the game. And yeah, it's new. It's kind of the talk of the town at the moment as far as video games go. So yeah, let's go around. Let's start with Adele. Switch things up.
I think it looks really good, the game. I think it solves every problem that CSGO has, so I don't see why it wouldn't be good.
Okay. Triangle?
I haven't been really like following this game, but like before the stream, I like went to Twitch and just like looked at some footage of it, and like all I could see is like CS:GO, but not so realistic. From like 10 minutes of watching.
So being a big shooter guy yourself, now is this a game that interests you, or just another to add to the pile?
Well, I mean, people are talking about it, so of course I'm gonna try it, but I don't know enough of it to like really say if I'm interested in it. But the fact that I don't know a lot about it kind of says that I'm not really interested. And games like CS, I don't like really play that game.
All right.
So,
Nico?
Okay, so I'm super excited for this game because I'm not a shooter fan, but I am a very big MOBA fan, or like ability-based arena fighters, like any sort of game like that. So this game kind of like it combines Siege and like a League of Legends type playstyle.
Real quick, do you want to explain what a like MOBA like ability shooter is for those who don't know?
Like MOBA is massive online battle arena. That's what a MOBA is. So there is large pools of people queuing up for specific positions, but once you're in games, you play as a identified character with a set skill or with a set of abilities that doesn't change every game. And you usually have one objective, and both teams have the same objective, but whoever reaches it first usually wins. That's why I'm super excited about this game, because it's not a MOBA. It isn't. But it combines aspects of MOBAs with those economy-based search and destroy or search and plant or D-side, CT side sort of games. It even has an economy system, and that's my main. Like when I look at the game, I think the economy system in the game is actually perfect, because now, like in CS:GO, it's like there's the economy system where you buy the guns. Like if you get kills, you get money. You win the side, you get money. You defuse, you get money. You get money. Like you get money. If you're losing, you're on the lower side, and you can always save. You get money every round. But this game like kind of fixes the problems that CS:GO had in the economy system. So like instead of like say you have no cash, but one of your teammates has a ton, right? Usually in CS:GO, you'd be like, "Hey, can you buy me this?" Like in voice comms or in chat. Now you can click an item, opt to like have someone else buy it for you, and they get the decision whether or not to buy it for you. But it goes straight into your inventory instead of you having to drop it and take the time towards the beginning. So I think it's just like the game's just flawless. Like in a lot of aspects, it's very good. It's like especially the gameplay, it seems really balanced overall. It's like Phoenix is one of the characters I'm super excited about. He's just like a character who throws fireballs around the corner. He's got a giant wall, invisibility, healing, like really cool. The game looks super sick, and I'm just excited for Riot Games to have more than one. They're not Riot Game, the Riot Games.
Right.
Yeah.
What about you, Brad?
So I'm a big like CS fan. So it looks like kind of similar to CS with like the gameplay. I saw like taking out your knife to run faster and all that, and like it looked a bit like it kind of had like the CS gameplay a bit mixed with like a slight Overwatch feeling map. Like that's what to say about it. I didn't see much besides like one character.
Okay. Now, as someone who plays CS and you've seen a little footage, now do you think that a lot of people are saying like this will be a CS:GO killer, or at the very least, finally something to really compete with the top FPS esport? What are your thoughts regarding that?
I don't think it's gonna be like a CS killer since CS is free, like everybody's getting it. It's gonna be like a CS alternative, I think. That's gonna be how it's gonna be. I don't know. It's not gonna be a CS killer, definitely. I don't think anything can kill it.
Okay. Rose?
I'm really excited that Riot Games is making another game, especially because the promotional content that Riot Games puts out for League is pretty fantastic constantly, and I just love to see like whatever new characters they create and stuff, so even more of that. Plus, like seeing how the game looks, it's just, I don't know, it looks cool. I'm not really, I don't tend to play shooters that much, but it looks like something I could get interested in.
Okay. Caitlin, I know you're not too much of a big gamer, but
I know literally nothing about this game or any of the games we've been talking about. Like, I got a crappy laptop, no other consoles. I don't have any games. I got nothing. Like, I cross-stitch for fun. I cross-stitch.
Hey, and that's fine. You're allowed to.
But I got a frog right in front of me.
So Triangle, did you have anything to add based on what Nico said about the game?
No, like most about like the it being a CS:GO killer, and like even if the gameplay is that much better and it's just a better game, one thing that like they can't replace is like the skins and the skin economy, because there's like thousands of dollars like going in skins, like single skins.
Millions, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck no, not millions, but like one.
No,
100% millions, dog.
100%
No,
millions.
like one. Yeah, like all of them, but like one skin, like an AK blue gem, which had like a pattern that it was like blue with one golden stripe. That sold for like 15K.
Exactly.
And that's just fucking nuts.
Like the actual whole skin economy has, but that's all I was saying.
It's so massive.
So I guess that actually segues into a really good talking point. Going off Rose said, with all the promotional content that Riot Games is known for within their skins and just the content they just produce for League, how will that carry over to Valorant? And going off the guns for the skins, I was watching a little bit of Pokey's stream today, and one of the things she touched on during a Q&A before one of the matches she was showing was that the skins in the game look really, really, really nice for the guns. And do you guys think that if Riot Games can do skins well enough for the guns, that there's room to really kind of put a halt on that huge market in CSGO skins and kind of provide some competition to that extremely large market? We'll start with you, Triangle, since you are very eager to give your opinion.
The CS market is like already so established. Like there's already like everything there. Like people are trading all the time, and like for like a new game to just go out there and do what they're doing right now, it's gonna be near impossible to get that level of like skin trading going and like those prices.
So now let me ask you this. So obviously Valorant, yes, it's a new game, but by no means is it a new game from a new company. We're talking about Riot Games, who has, I mean, we can praise CS:GO
Massive fan
all
base.
night, but League of Legends is just number one, period. And the amount of money alone that they have made off skins, I would say shadows even CS:GO and Valve, off Dota and CS:GO combined. Obviously, I'd have to run the numbers on that, but like,
Are those numbers public?
I'm sure you could find how much money they're making off Dota and CS:GO, for sure. Speaking strictly off skins, especially for CS:GO, like a lot of the money now they're making only off crates and keys and stuff like that. But my point here is like, look at all the money that Riot Games has been sitting on over the course of 10 years. It has now funded 3 different games, a TV show, a movie, multiple other games that haven't been unannounced, all from the skins in their free to play game. Nothing you can buy in League will give you some sort of win. They haven't released any DLC. It is all just skins. So I
I mean,
mean,
they look good though.
we're talking about like the company that, in my opinion, is the king of skins. So does that kind of change your opinion at all, Triangle, about how they could go about doing skins in Valorant, or are you standing firm with, because CS:GO is so established that it just won't be able to compete in the skin game at least?
Yeah, I think it's not gonna be able to compete because like it's not just about like the money that the company is making. I'm talking about the player base trading, like the Steam market of skins. Like it's not about the company really. It's about the fan base. And I don't think that I don't want to say that name, I'm gonna butcher it, but this new game, it probably won't have like that kind of a player base where people are like putting thousands of dollars into skins because
I
it's
think, yeah, I think that's where you're wrong.
I think I'm agreeing
Yeah.
with Nico. Nico, take it away.
There's some league players are nuts when it comes to dumping money into their. Like I know personally, I've dumped like $4,000 into like across 7 accounts, like into League of Legends. So yeah, I know there's definitely those players that are gonna, especially if there's a skin trading economy to where they can make money. People are going to be willing. Like think about it like a stock market at that point. People are going to be buying shares of something to sell it again for higher value later.
well, yeah, but like I mean, there's already CS, so I would say with CS already has like a bigger market and more people buying and selling. So why would they go to that game to do that when there's already CS which has that market? And I like League of Legends and that game are like super different because one is an FPS, but like that doesn't really matter. Shh.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying. Like having an established economy.
Yeah,
Like I don't think it's going to kill CS:GO whatsoever. I don't think it's going to
Yeah.
touch CS:GO. I think it's going to touch Overwatch personally.
yeah, Overwatch it's gonna touch.
Oh, because the Overwatch League is already dying. This is just going to be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, but like
Yeah, and since like CS:GO and this new Valorant game is gonna have such different, the play style is a lot different. It's like you're gonna have the player like CS:GO is players who like realistic combat and want more actual like gunplay to where they can relate it to real life, like actual like Warzone type shit. Where Valorant is more ability based, like character selection. I think it's a bit different. I think the communities are so different that both are gonna thrive.
I actually disagree with what Nico just said regarding the realism of CS:GO. I think people play it for the same reason people play League. It's just a different genre of game. The competitive edge. There's no other first-person shooter. And me being a diehard Halo fan, I won't even say that Halo is anywhere near the competitiveness of CS:GO. When people play CS:GO, even in casuals, most people will take it seriously. Same with League. Like, obviously, I have those people who play League for fun. But more often than not, CS:GO and League are both games where people want to win. So I think that's why people play CS:GO. I think with your realism point, that's more towards Rainbow Six, whereas it's very tactical. It's very
I get what you're saying.
But yeah, Rose, do you want to take us from there.
I feel like I don't know. My favorite thing about League was just seeing all the characters. They have such a great design team on that front, and if they can pick up that kind of like quality in whatever they make, I feel like there's more than enough potential for the market to grow and be huge. Like again, people are going to be seeing that it's a new game coming out from a big company that there's already hype around, and they're going to see a market, potentially. So that I think it's more than likely that's going to be established, and whether or not it'll overtake CS:GO, I have no clue. That only time will tell. But I just think that there's definitely like a big possibility.
Now, speaking to your point of the design team, that's a good point to contribute to where, I mean, look at what they're already doing with League skins, and that's, I mean, I'd say that it's a lot harder to make a skin for a full-blown character than it is a weapon. I think that Valve and CS:GO have really gotten away with, yeah, look at this skin with a bunch of wood on it. It's rare because we said it. It's rare because we said it's rare. It's not because it looks good. It's because we made it rare. All right.
Look at this blue and red battered gun.
Yeah, look at this
It's
sniper
rare.
rifle with an eye on it. It's an eye of a dragon. You can buy a very similar looking skin on Call of Duty for $2, but for some reason in our game it's $25,000.
Yeah, the thing League did differently with like rarity skins and stuff was, it's like, because there's no trading aspect of League. There's just like, it's an account aspect at that point. Like, say you have all those legacy skins that no one else can have. It's like, then your account is worth more. You want to resell that, which is legal, by the way. Don't do that.
He means illegal. You said legal, Nico.
Oh, illegal.
Illegal.
It's legal. Sell your League account. Do it.
So, with that being said, Rose, have you played CS:GO?
Very little. I have.
Do you
But,
now? Do you
yeah.
think that your mention of the design team? Now, do you think that the design team would be able to trump CS:GO in the aspect of just pure quality, or do you think that?
I think so. I kind of agree with you. With, you put the label of rare on it, and that's what gave it its value. Like, if League, or not League, if Riot Games can, like, really hone down on making the more rare skins look awesome and, like, listening to the community, I feel like they can really just get a step up in that.
I agree. Adele?
So I don't think it's gonna destroy CS:GO. Like, people said Apex would destroy Fortnite, which it really didn't. But
Did well.
yeah, and I think they're different, and I don't think people that have been playing CS:GO for like God knows how long, they're just gonna jump onto a new game. I don't think that's gonna happen, personally. And the whole skin thing as well. Like, people aren't very invested in that, and I don't think they're gonna let that go easily either.
I could see like, for those people who only play CS:GO to collect the knives and such, I could see people jumping to, like, say, I don't know if Valorant even have like skin trading economy. Is it?
That is a really good point that I would love to learn about, because if it doesn't, then this whole entire conversation is pointless.
Yeah, it's useless.
And I think it's a big L in Riot's column, in my personal opinion.
You think?
Maybe we could
I don't think Riot. Yeah. I mean, I don't think the information would have been released yet.
No,
I
don't think so
I can look it
either.
up though.
I think at the most Riot would do is they'd go the Blizzard approach, which is, let's say you could get money for trading your Valorant skins with other players, but all you would be able to get is like RP and currency that works for their other games.
Yeah, Riot said that it's likely to be account locked, like League.
Yeah.
So
Okay. So I mean, that kills that whole argument, and I think that also hurts the game, because I mean, I'm gonna make a very hot take here, and I would love to hear people's different points on this. I think CS:GO is only really still thriving purely because of the collector trading aspect of the game. And I feel like you can look at a lot of other games that have a very hardcore collector aspect to it. Those games are thriving as well for almost the only that same reason. Like people who just get so invested in the game with cosmetics and stuff like that that they just can't put it down because wow, I've already sunk $2,000 or 6,000 hours into the game to try and get X, Y, and Z cosmetic.
As for your hot take, I agree and disagree. I think a good portion of the game is still there because of that, but
Yeah.
CS:GO has been gaining a lot of new players recently because
hackers.
Yeah, most of them are hackers, I guess. But it's been getting a lot of like new fan base, even though it's free and they're probably not getting money from that. But its community is actually growing at the moment.
So Brad, you mentioned you play CS:GO. What are your whole thoughts on the whole skin aspect of it?
I mean, I don't think that many people going over to CS, like that many people from CS will go over to whatever it's called,
Valorant.
but because I think it's just because people don't like change in the fact that it's going to be like so different to CS. It's going to be like overwhelming to some people like this. Like, oh, I know CS. It's comfortable. It's calm. Like, I can deal with this. But like, you're going to a whole new world. You're not going to know like how to play it, the whole aspect of it. So it's going to be different for everybody playing because it has the MOBA aspect of the characters. So then CS players won't understand it, but the MOBA players, like, it's going to have like gameplay a bit similar to CS, so they won't know like the gameplay very well.
Yeah, you could argue both points there, to be honest, because like people who are familiar with CS may have an easier time going to Valorant because the gameplay is a bit more like CS:GO, versus like people who play MOBAs and stuff could understand how like the balancing issues and stuff of Valorant would be better. So it goes both ways there. But I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you, Brad, what are your thoughts on Fortnite when it started blowing up? I mean, think of it like this. So H1Z1 comes out, and everyone's comfortable with H1Z1, and then
Yeah,
PUBG
Fortnite.
comes out, and then PUBG's popping off. Millions of people are playing it. How could PUBG ever die? And then maybe you guys have heard of this game. It starts with an F. I mean, it's a small time game. I mean, it's called Fortnite. I don't. Maybe you guys have heard of it. I don't know.
I don't
You
know
say
if you've heard
Fortnite?
of
I
it.
love Fortnite.
We love Fortnite.
But-
Fortnite.
I guess like that's just my that's my question of. I mean, there's always that one game that can trump comfort. Like basically is what I'm getting at.
Mhm.
But you just don't think Valorant is going to be that game?
Yeah, no, I think it's just gonna become like, cause Fortnite still the aspects of game like of the battle royale games that people could understand, but the fact that like Fortnite wasn't combining two different types of games, it was just like another title of that series, like that genre of games. But since Valorant is gonna be like a MOBA mixed with like the CS gameplay, it's not gonna gain like the traction that Fortnite did.
You
It
could
just
say
depends on like
yeah, go ahead.
like the how viral it gets basically. Like if YouTubers will be like, "Oh my god, guys, I got this incredible skin on Valorant," compared to, "Oh yeah, Valorant's kind of cool. I like playing it."
But you could say Fortnite did combine two aspects because it is a sandbox game as well.
True.
Yeah.
And
Kind of
PvE.
introduced after. Well,
Yeah.
the
Well,
battle.
the
We're
battle
talking
royale
like the
was
battle royale
introduced
right
with
now.
yeah, the battle royale was introduced with building initially because the building was an aspect of the sandbox
I
mode survival.
completely forgot about that.
Yeah, it's like originally the game was a PVE zombie survival.
Yeah.
That's what I liked about it.
I guess I see Brad's point though. Like, really, what is Valorant doing that's new? Whereas like Fortnite was kind of a bad example because Fortnite did do something new. They were a combination
Building.
of sandbox and battle royale. They added a new element of the battle royale that apparently people really liked. And will the features that Valorant's adding to a game like CS:GO, a CS:GO-esque game, will that be enough to be the groundbreaking change to kind of make people play CS:GO less? Like, I think CS:GO is one of the very few games that get to sit at the round table of no matter what happens, we're never gonna die. I.e., Minecraft, Dota 2,
Definitely Minecraft.
League of
CS:GO,
Legends.
League, World of Warcraft, like
TFT.
games that
RuneScape.
no matter what their developers do to them, they just won't die purely off the love and time that people have put into them. So it bears the question: will Valorant do that? I say no. Let's just go down the line. Nico?
I say no. I think because I play League, I play CS, I played like Tarkov. I'm gonna play Valorant. I'm not gonna play the other games less. I'm just gonna add it to my cycle, you know.
Triangle?
Well, I mean, it's not really gonna be like that base game, like that everybody knows about, like Minecraft and CS:GO and stuff like that, and everybody plays. It's gonna be more of like a popular side game, but it's still gonna be popular.
Like
I
a
think.
like a niche.
Yeah, a niche.
It's niche.
Yeah.
Rose?
Wait, so the yes or no question we're asking is like,
Do we think Valorant is going to be is it going to ascend and change the genre of first person shooters the same way Fortnite changed the battle royale genre?
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen too much of it. Just from what we've had here, it doesn't seem like it's going to like push anything new unless they throw in something else to the game.
Adele?
I don't think it's gonna go very far, in my opinion.
Like very far, like you don't even think it's going to pop off at all?
I mean, a lot of people are gonna play it first, but I can't really tell you because anything can happen. But maybe people will just stop playing. Maybe it won't even be good. We don't know.
You think it's not good? You think it might be another Realm Royale?
Yeah,
It's really popular for like 3 days.
exactly.
Kind of dies. I hope not. The game looks great.
Only time will tell.
Yeah.
Brad?
I don't have much to say on it. Like I already kind of exhausted everything.
Well, do you think Valorant will kind of is it here to stay, or do you think no? Just a
I
phase.
think it's gonna be like, how do I put this? I think it might be one of the games that like a few people. So I like people play while growing up, and then they'll play it later in life again. Like, cause I played the old like original Star Wars Battlefront 2 on PS2, and like that's still like there's still like people playing online on Steam like constantly, like 3,000 people still playing. So I think it's gonna be similar to that.
Okay. And now, Caitlin, just based on what you've heard here, what is your ultimate hot take regarding, like, do you think it's here to stay or is it dead?
I think that towards the very beginning, it's going to kind of pop off just because it's the new thing. People are going to want to at least check it out. And I don't necessarily think that it'll die off, but I don't think it's going to be like the next big thing. It's just going to be like just there, just steady going, basically.
Another thing. Gotcha.
Yeah. Also, cool question. We talked a lot about skins and people like spending thousands of dollars on skins. Do skins like give you any benefit at all? Do
No.
they give you
They
new
just
perks,
look
or is
cool.
it seriously just changing how stuff looks?
They look
Okay.
They just look cool.
It's
So-
just
Why do people buy them then?
because they
'Cause they
look
wanna
cool.
look
Why do people buy clothes?
All right. Yeah. Exactly.
Why do
Good
people
hide your
wear
shame?
Good
To
point.
not get arrested for
What?
public nudity?
I know,
Yeah,
but
to
why
hide
is
your shame.
I know, but why is like fashion a thing? Why are like hype beasts? Why do hype beasts exist? Like,
Because people want to show
I
off how
don't
much
understand it
money they
either.
have.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's right.
so I want to go down the line, and I want everyone to say the dollar amount of the game that they've dropped the most amount of money in.
I already said
I
mine.
don't know.
Or, like, throw out an estimate. And say the game. so we can shame you.
All
All right, Nico, you start.
I already told you. I spent like $4,000 on League.
Oh,
Okay, Brad.
So I'm gonna regret this, but I was a Fortnite kid and I probably spent like $1,000 on Fortnite.
Hell
My
yeah.
boy.
I
My
wish I had
boy.
a creator code. Actually, I do. I just don't advertise it. Rose.
okay. So I was thinking, and then I realized just how much money I spent on Sims. Couple $100. I don't know. There's stuff packs
ruthless.
and game packs and expansion packs.
Yep, there's
there's
a
so
whole
many
lot.
of them,
There's
and
like
they're so
$400
expensive.
worth.
But I'm obsessed with Sims, so I've bought most of them.
Adele.
Wait, what's the question?
How much money? Like, what's the game you've dropped the most money on, and what game? Oh yeah, how much?
Honestly, I don't like buy like cosmetics or like loot boxes and anything. I pretty much just buy games and then I play them.
You're saying you haven't dropped a penny on a Fortnite skin?
I
Nope.
wish I could do that.
You get a lot of V-Bucks for free actually.
Honestly,
I agree.
Adele might be the best gamer out of all. The most true.
I mean, we talked about it last week, but you guys already know I have a severe case of FOMO, so like I don't need to get
Yeah.
into
Yeah,
it. We don't need to get into that all over again.
No, but Aiden, I am curious. What's the biggest amount of money you've spent? Is it League?
Okay, so mine's a little weird. Actually, let's let everyone go first. So Triangle.
All right.
I haven't really like spent that much money on games other than buying them, but like if I had to choose one, probably like Rainbow Six Siege, like the operator.
How much money you think?
I don't fucking know. Like $10, $20.
Oh shit. Okay.
I wish I was you guys.
Okay. Caitlin,
awful with money.
have you ever dropped money on a game?
What?
Well, I've bought in 2 games, and the most expensive one. How much does Minecraft cost?
$25.
$23.
Like
$23.99.
Remember when Minecraft was
that-
$40?
Okay.
however much Minecraft costs, that's the most expensive one, and that's it.
All right. So okay. So my
All right,
turn.
Aiden. Full
All right.
circle.
Oh Jesus.
fucking shoot.
Okay.
Yeah, we can berate you now.
All right. So my
Game.
instinctive answer is almost League, but like, oh shit.
Tell us.
I was like a V-Buck kid before there was V-Bucks. Like I just had to have the newest stuff in every game, and I would get Microsoft point cards like all the time. Like I was spoiled.
Did you buy stuff for your character, like the?
No.
Yeah,
Remember
Avatar?
the avatar on Xbox?
I bought some Avatar stuff, but like not much. But
Alright.
no. So I dropped a lot of money on. I'm trying to think of like, were there any Xbox games that I really dropped a lot of money on? Not really, because everything
Xbox
on
games,
Xbox
not a
was
lot.
too. It was too expensive, and it was kind of before the like the microtransaction age like really hit hard. So I want to say League, but there's a sleeper winner that even though I wasn't really the one always dropping the money, if we're talking about my own money that I've earned myself, League hands down, it's not even close. But money that was spent on this game because of me, World of Warcraft. It's not even close. It's like we're talking like $5,000+ easily. I mean, a game that you have to pay $15 a month to play on top of buying the $50, $60 expansions every 2 years, and then keeping that subscription running for like 15 years.
Yeah,
That
adds up.
It adds up, and then plus all of the like the couple in-game mounts that I bought here and there, like.
I'm disappointed. I'm kidding.
You all make me sad.
I don't think I've bought anything in a game for like 3 years now.
I bought a League skin 2 days ago.
I almost dropped $100 on League before this podcast started.
What? How? On what?
See, you need a computer, dog. Stop. Enough League. No, wow.
That's true. You need a
No,
PC.
I'm serious.
Cancel.
When I start the stream tomorrow, and all of a sudden I have the new Lux skin, and like I open like 50-something crates. This was the moment that you guys know.
We already know the title of tomorrow's
Just
stream.
flashback.
No, I won't even.
Opening
50.
sexual.
I don't even open them on stream anymore because it makes me feel like so gross.
Depressed.
It's like I don't want my viewers knowing. All right, this is where you guys' money is going. Like you guys pay, like you guys support me and shit. It's like I do this like full time, and then you guys see all of your money go to crates, and it's like, oh fuck, dude.
That's where my Twitch Prime sub goes.
Not like no joke. Get a PC. You need to play games as a streamer.
Aiden, you make me sad.
All right.
Why?
Same.
Hey, I love Aiden. We're in this. Oh, don't worry about it, buddy.
Only people who sub to me, Caitlin, can be sad.
I am.
Yeah, that's right. I
sub to
went
you,
there.
okay?
Yeah, you
I
were
am
gifted that
to
sub.
you.
You were gifted that sub.
I'm gonna sub
still
to you with
sub.
Twitch Prime.
Okay.
Next
Dude, I
month
have
when
college
get
to
Twitch
pay for.
Prime.
Fight me.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold you that. Brad can't come on the podcast anymore until he subs.
Free college.
Well, that's gonna be next month.
Wait,
but-
what'd you
Free
say?
college.
What'd you say, Rose?
Oh, I get that. The college.
Oh.
I can relate to that.
Although PSEO, so hey, I'm getting free college for now.
That's
I'm
cute.
not. I
You
never
guys-
have.
You guys assume there's gonna
Never
be a
will.
world after
For a
coronavirus.
while.
Finland is free.
All
What?
right, moving on. So first on the list that I made of topics. So we're moving on to personal topics here. Brad was the first one to put his in Discord. So Brad, you get to go first. Options on. So Brad's topic is
Opinions.
Dude, I literally spelled opinions so wrong that it looked like,
It's like
options without the
onions.
T.
Options. I saw
Options.
that. I felt bad
Oh,
pointing it out.
jeez. It was rushed.
What
It
are
was
your
rushed.
opinions on the
I
school
was
system?
stressed. Holy fuck. All right, yeah, take it away. Brad, give us the full
Alright,
rundown.
So I know like a lot of people have like super vibrant feelings on the school system. Like they hate it to death, or they're like, it's whatever. But like it's mainly hate, and I can tell why, because I'm a high schooler. So I guess I just want to hear like your stories of the school system and how it either sucked or was pretty good for you guys, and also that we have like some people from different countries, like a triangle, so we can get like different opinions on their school system too. So it could be interesting, I guess. So we could go down the line.
All right. Nico,
Triangle,
start.
where are you from again?
He's from Finland.
Triangle, you were asked a question.
I want to ask the question. What was the
Where are
question?
you from again? What country?
Finland.
Isn't
Like-
it like the top schools or something?
I thought
I don't know,
Sweden was.
Probably.
Yeah.
Sweden. We're like the right of Sweden and left of Russia. We're like in between them.
They're the same place.
I was gonna say that, then I'm like, oh, that's too spicy for the stream. But Aiden got me. All right.
So yeah, Nico, kick us off with your opinion on the school/education system. Just generally.
Mine's just gonna be that generic, like, oh, they need to teach you more life practical skills in high school versus like the stuff that you're not gonna specifically use. Other countries have a lot better, like the places that have you determine your occupation a lot quicker, like when you're younger, and then train from a younger age through high school, through college, to actually be in that occupation, so that when you're actually learning those classes and like those new life skills, that they're actually being applied to the correct thing, have it right. But then there's also like the argument that, oh, since we live in the US, we constantly have the ability to change our occupation or change our minds, or like if later in high school, like senior year, you're like, oh, I don't want to be a forensic biologist, I want to be a musician. Now you can change it like right at the end. You know what I mean? So I'm a bit iffy. I honestly don't have like solid opinion, because even me myself, like I've changed my major a few times. Like I'm finally set in stone on what I want, but it took 3.5 years. So I'm here now.
But you know that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, so it's all good.
You see, but I kind of need to know that for what I'm going down for
What
biology.
are you going into?
That's why you're taught that. So.
I'm going for a forensic biologist, so I actually need to know these. But like I don't need to know. Kind of need to know trigonometry, higher level math, but like No,
You
and
don't
even
need to
in
know
even
what
English.
year Columbus sailed.
Yeah, history. I hate history.
History is
Like
stupid.
it's cool. History's not stupid.
No,
It's
like the
cool
geography.
it's cool.
It's easy.
Yeah, it's not hard either. It's just it's not practical. It's cool to know these things, like about history or like what happened, but that's more for people who are into storytelling. And the whole argument that you learn more from history so that you can better today is you already see that in social like areas. It's already being applied. It's like if I grow up in this like not racist culture, and it's only going to get better. So that whole argument doesn't stick true to me personally. Anyone can go next.
Rose.
Just like real fast. I get what you mean by like the switching your mind or like changing your mind often. Because I spent the majority of middle school and the majority of high school thinking I wanted to be an artist and go to an art school, and that changed. That's like not the case anymore. And I still love art. And I might even still do art, but it's not what I'm going to be studying in college or even close to that. You know? Like it is so open that like even nowadays, like more and more and more, there are jobs becoming popular that you don't need a college degree for, you know, and the school system largely is still based around a system that was made for the Industrial Revolution to train people to be factory workers. And it has not changed much. So I don't know. It doesn't sit with me. There's some things, like you mentioned, they make you study that just doesn't have practical, like, real world applications for most of the students going through the school. And there's some things they're just starting to implement in a lot of schools all over the country that you have to take, like civics, in America at least, like civics, where you learn about government, or like, what's it called? You know, like econ and etc. that have applications that you can learn about and is going to directly affect you. But there's a lot of change that needs to happen. I feel like there needs to be more input from those that are going through it in the moment. Like needs to be heard more.
It's a matter of change going forward.
Yeah.
Adele.
Well, in Canada, I don't know if you guys know, but there's like primary school and then secondary school. Primary school is 6 years and then secondary school is 5 years. And I still haven't finished high school technically, and I'm 18, just because I can't figure out my secondary 4 math. And it's been dragging, and I've been doing it like for fucking like 3 years, and I still can't figure it out. And I feel like math shouldn't be that much of a requirement to have your diploma, personally. Just because some personality types just literally can't figure out maths like I can't. And I think classes should be more personalized to the people, not necessarily just on the subjects and stuff.
So is so primary school's mandatory, right?
Yeah.
All
You
right.
can stop school at secondary 3
Oh, okay.
if you want, but you're not going to have your high school diploma.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know that secondary had a optional phase.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It's cool. It's cool to hear. At least.
Yeah.
All right. Who's next?
Triangle.
So like the school system in Finland is like it's pretty okay. Like we have to see like this thing called Kela, which is just like a thing that like a part of the taxpayers' money goes to, and they pay for like commutes, they pay for school lunches, they pay for like a portion of the tuition, like all of the tuition. Like the only thing I had to like pay with my own money to get into the culinary school where I am right now is just like the chef clothes, and like that's it. Everything else is just like pretty okay, nothing to complain about.
That's what I was talking about earlier. When they figure out their occupation, they train for it from a younger age.
Well,
I
not
think
really,
it's
like we just do the normal stuff until we're like 16. Like we
yeah.
do the fucking just the normal shit, like
Mhm.
history, religion, stuff like that. Even if we don't need it, but then we just go wherever we want and just study there. So I don't know how it's there. I don't know like a thing about the American education system, but like it's pretty okay in Finland. We don't like really have to worry about anything. And if we're doing bad, like we get support from the teachers. Like they're like um gotta give people special help. Like if you're bad at maths, they're gonna teach you until you're not bad at maths. And I don't know, nothing to really complain about
Okay.
in
Yeah,
Finland.
they got it right.
Caitlin?
Elementary school and middle school, I do think that it should stay with like the generals, like your math, your English, your history. But once you get to high school or the high school equivalent, whatever it is in other countries, to basically flip what would be the required. Like right now, you got your algebra, say that's required. Not everyone's going to be using algebra in their day-to-day life. For a lot of people, it's not going to be applicable. It's going to be wasted knowledge. While meanwhile, say, fast foods, everyone's going to need to know how to cook at some point in their life. And yet that is the optional class. So basically what I think should be done is, once you get to high school, flip them. So you're required to take a foods class. You're required to take the classes that are actually going to be necessary for you, and then the classes, your science, your math, your whatever, people who actually want to go into those fields have the option to pursue them.
Okay. I guess it's my turn. I agree with a ton of what Rose said about how the school system is currently very like the Industrial Revolution. I watched a short video. It was a guy talking about how you look at the current state of factories, speaking strictly to America, obviously things in like other countries are still pretty yikes. But speaking strictly to America, look at all the developments that have been made regarding factories and safety conditions and how much different they are from an efficiency standpoint to a health standpoint to just factories overall. And when you compare factories of like the 1800s to factories now, it's a totally different thing. Yet you compare schools in the 1800s to today. Oh, okay, like we have a whiteboard instead of a chalkboard. The desks are still square. And for the most part, besides developments like Pluto's not a planet, we're learning the exact same shit. And it's been like 200 years. Like quite literally the exact same shit. So you would think that in industry, like education, given how important it is, would see just as much progression or change as something as silly as like a factory. But yet here we are, it's still the exact same, and we're going through a technological metropolis where technology is changing every single day, and yet only now with coronavirus are we starting to see all the benefits of technology. All the, I mean, here you have kids who are learning online who are, some people, their grades are improving. Why is that? Why don't we look into as to why people are learning better online in comparison to in a classroom? There are so many like little factors that aren't being looked at that just makes no sense. We have all this technology at our hands, and yet we use almost none of it in schools. It doesn't make any sense, and I think there needs to be some serious education reform, specifically to America. It's no secret that when you test America as a whole, not my state specifically, Massachusetts, smartest state, POG. We rank very low compared to other countries. I mean, look at Japan specifically and how they do their schooling. They have one less year of schooling than us, but their summer break is like a week, 2 weeks long. They're constantly learning. They're not given the downtime that we in America are given. They have a lot of restrictions that they have to follow that we in America don't have to follow. It's a weird topic solely just because, okay, yeah, we could talk about funding, like how would we be able to afford all these different things? And how do we get away from a system that we've been doing for the past 200 years? It's a lot easier said than done to just snap our fingers and go, okay, like this is how we're going to do schooling from now on. Our society is just so ingrained around the 9 to 5, get up, go to school, go home, that in order for real reform to happen regarding education, it's one of those things that we would need to really hurt in order to fix. And a lot of things would need to change drastically that at first might seem like, oh, well, this isn't working. This was such a waste of time. When in reality, no, it just it'll take a bit. For example, and then I'll stop my little rant. If we were to switch over to the exact same education module that they have in a place like Japan, our country literally would not be able to, they wouldn't know how to handle it. Like we rely so heavily on the Monday to Friday work week and the Saturday, Sunday weekend that shit would just fall apart. In Japan, they go to school 6 days a week. America is just not built around that. We just don't know how to function off of that much time. And so if we were to snap our fingers, assuming coronavirus wasn't a thing, and switch over to that, I just think the country would honestly fall apart educationally. People would be complaining. You'd have teachers striking. And yeah.
You'd have students thrown out of whack too.
That's what I said. Like, you'd have people striking. I don't mean just teachers. I mean students as well. And I think another issue we have in America is, and this is going to be a hot take, and I'll let you guys take it from here, or let Brad take over. I think we have an issue where educators are caring more about a paycheck than they are about the job at hand. And it's a hot take because, okay, like, yeah, paychecks are important. They have families to feed as well. But when you're in a job, when you're in the position of being an educator, your job, you need to care a lot more than just a paycheck to do that job. And I feel like in America, we have way too many people who are just doing it for the check rather than the actual job in which you are doing. Take it away, Brad.
So, I slightly disagree with you because in America, you know that like teachers aren't paid enough as they should be. Like some teachers have to work multiple jobs and stuff. Like, I don't think somebody would stay a teacher unless they were like passionate about it. Like, because why would you stay in something that you don't like very much and get paid for less than you could working in a job that you would prefer more than that? I think it's just because I've had some like passionate teachers who care like about their students and care what they're teaching about. Like, I haven't had like one teacher I think who actually legitimately didn't want to teach. So yeah, I guess it's just the opinions on the whole thing about wanting to teach and how they care about paychecks. So if anybody else has like opinions, just go ahead.
I've experienced both. Majority of the teachers I've had have been more passionate about it and actually willing to teach children or put a time aside to like help individuals. But I've also experienced the teachers, like in my middle school, my history teacher was awful. didn't give a crap about anything. He's kind of just let us sit around in class and not do anything. But yeah, I'd say a majority. Like, obviously, I don't know the statistics, but like from my experience, the majority have been like actually interested in the role versus those who just go in for the paycheck. But I wish there was a way to eliminate that sort of thing, but I feel like that differential isn't something you can just kind of remove because you can't control an individual's actions.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else?
I have had a chemistry teacher just last trimester. He's actually my next door neighbor, and I hate his guts. He flat out said that we needed to do our homework over the weekend. However, he doesn't grade stuff over the weekend because he doesn't get paid for the weekend. And there are 2 teachers in my entire high school who I feel actually care about the students rather than forcing people to give them respect or the paycheck. Or not even the paycheck. Like, teachers don't get paid worth of crap. And I think that's part of the reason why they just don't care. So much of it is trying to force respect instead. Who just left? What?
There you go. But nah, I see what you're saying. As for him not grading time that he's not paid, do you know if he's a salary worker or if he's
all teachers are salaries?
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, every teacher in my school,
he's being paid for. So his statement is just invalid. He's not being paid for the time that he spends in school. He's being paid for the work that he does. As in grading as.
I guess
in my state, at least, it's more so a case of, hey, well, basically every teacher's unionized, so it doesn't matter how much work they do. They get paid a very specific amount. They get so many days that they can just like not show up. But it doesn't matter if he's doing work outside of school, inside of school, or when it's getting done. If it gets done at all, he gets paid the exact same amount.
So
yeah, that's good. Sorry.
I was just gonna bring up the elephant in the room question, opinion on teacher salary of summer break. How many jobs can say, oh hey, like I get the entire summer off because I just do, because that's part of my job, because part of my job entails the students that I teach are just not there for multiple months. Like, and because teachers are salaried employees, they are getting paid for that. So when you factor in the amount of off time you get as a teacher, sure, your pay might be perfect or might not be as ideal as maybe a doctor, but does a doctor get to say, yeah, hey, like I get like 3 months off? Like, I'm sure there's a lot of people making the same amount of money as teachers who they don't even dream of taking 3 months off a year, which is what teachers in America specifically get.
I never actually thought of that.
Teachers have it really good. And the whole argument of, oh well, they're educators, they're molding America's youth, they deserve to be paid more. That's great and all, but like that doesn't change the fact that you still get blank amount of insert time here off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's one of them. I don't know. And again, they're getting paid for all that time off in summer. They're salaried employees. Salary is year round. So winter break.
Sure that teachers get summers off. They're not doing other things.
Yeah, like
the school district.
Yeah, like doing fucking student plans, learning some shit. Like
they have other. Not all teachers do summer.
Okay, all right, but my point is, are we really going to sit here and pretend like they're doing the same capacity work as they are during the school year? The answer is no. And if we're also going to sit here and say that, let's say a teacher's making a planner for the next school year. They can do that in the comfort of their home. They can do that with the comfort of their family around. They don't need. They can allocate that time however they please. They're not mandated to bell rings again for school to be let out. They allocate that however they want. If a teacher wants to end, I personally have had teachers who will start making their planner towards the end of the school year. Mm-hmm. So when that school year finishes, that teacher's not only done with that school year, but they're already prepared for the next one. They get their classroom ready.
They're chilling.
Exactly. They're chilling. They're enjoying their 2 months off as an adult. They get to hang out with their family. They can go on a trip. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't need to pay gas to travel to and from work. Like,
oh my gosh.
There's a lot of things that they don't need to worry about during the summer that they don't need to worry about. So I personally think the whole argument of teachers not getting paid enough is false, in my opinion. And I have family members who are teachers. I don't know. It's just, that's my own opinion. Again, hot take, but
yeah, that actually changes my point of view on it as well.
Yeah, I'm glad I came on today.
The more you know.
So, are we all good on the school topic?
Yeah.
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 Gucci, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Also, hey, question. So, everyone here is in some form of school, correct?
Currently taking a semester off because I'm transferring. But
Okay.
I guess, yeah. I've been in school for the last 22 years of my life.
Okay.
21 years, my bad.
Okay.
All right. So,
for the people who are doing like online school, what are your thoughts so far?
I mean, I actually like it a lot more than regular school, just because, like the school environment regularly, it's so fast paced and stressful. Like, you can't have a minute to like sit down. Like, you don't get free periods anymore. Like, our school just doesn't allow us to get free periods, and our lunches are like 15 minutes. And also, our school has 5,000 kids, so
Damn.
it's like a break compared to everything else. And there's less work, so it's good.
Man, your school is streamlined, dude. Like, you don't need more than 15 minutes to eat.
15 minutes to eat, 5 minutes in between blocks.
Yeah. When I was in school, I had like 50-minute lunch.
50?
Yeah.
50. Holy fuck.
I believe
Well,
my
you know,
school has either 25 or 30.
You know, French kids can get like 2 hours.
Yeah. My senior year, I also had first period and sixth period off.
Sweet.
So I was only there for 4 periods. And I just leave.
Real quick on what Brad just mentioned, like, Adele, do you want to touch on that? I saw you nodding your head, being French Canadian.
Here it's like an hour and a half. The school lunches.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
They're Jay chilling, dog.
Yeah, I learned about this in French class, but doing isn't like lunch a big deal there? Like, you go home with your family, you take like a long time to eat lunch. Like, that's the majority of time is spent with your family eating.
I mean, you can, but so I don't know like what it is in the US. Like, do you not eat with your family ever?
No,
I
he means like
never
Lunch?
he means during school.
Lunch? No, during school.
During school, when I was younger, I used to go to my house every lunchtime and eat with them. But when you get older, usually you don't do that. You just eat at school.
Yeah.
But you
I
still
haven't
eat
eaten
an hour and a half.
Yeah, I haven't eaten with my family since I was like 9.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
I still eat with my family every night because quarantine, so that's all the food we get. Because I normally get fast food.
I get my food. I cook my food, and then I just come in here.
Oh yeah, I also cook, but
Yeah.
only fast food.
Lately,
So-
my mom and I have been eating lunch together just because the time that is I set aside for lunch for my online classes and her lunch from work, because she works at home. She has an office in our basement. And they coincide, so we've been eating lunch together. But that's really the only meals I eat with my family.
Yeah, so
Right.
moving off of school, the next topic we have here is Adele's talking about. Actually, Adele, I'm just gonna let you take this one from the very beginning.
What?
your topic, the one you DM me about.
Yeah.
When
Okay. Yeah. So I chose. Should it be like, put into school that, like teaching people how to survive in case something happens, because like we could see right now with the coronavirus, how weak society is, and I was wondering, like, it made me wonder, like, should we all know how to survive in this like situation? Like, if yeah.
So when you say crisis, do you mean like earthquakes, NATOs, like?
No,
Or
like,
do you mean like staying at home?
just like whole society like not being like
the virus,
anymore.
Like general self-sufficiency, or
Yeah, like stores are not a thing, hospitals are not a thing. Like, you have to live on your own.
Oh, so like society crumbles.
Yeah.
So like zombie apocalypse.
Yeah,
Without
let's say
zombies.
that.
Triangle, kick us off.
Well, I mean, I don't think schools have to teach that. But they like, because it's such a rare occasion to have like a virus outbreak like this, where like everything is closed. But at the same time, I think it's still more useful than say like history or like religion and stuff like that. So like I'm not really sure about if schools like should teach it. But they already teach like stuff that we don't use, so like why not? They could like replace some classes with those that just like teach us basic stuff.
Yeah.
Nico?
I totally agree. Like, in replacement, honestly, I think it should be added to the curriculum, because it wouldn't even have to be like a large unit or anything. Like, I don't know, even if it's like half a semester or like a
Quarter.
first quarter like class that's worth like 1.5 units or whatever metric system you guys go by. But like, I don't know, it wouldn't even have to be that big of a class, because it wouldn't be that much to cover in a super short amount of time. So might as well add it to the curriculum, especially if you can replace something like world history.
World geography.
I think geography to know personally.
Geography is like semi-useful.
Yeah.
No, but in geography, all we do is learn about countries, states, and capitals. So
yeah.
But it's not very useful. Like, is somebody gonna come up and mug you and say, "What's the capital of Bulgaria?" If you don't tell me, I'm gonna shoot. Like,
in that situation, it would be useful.
Just pulls up a map. Show me where Turkmenistan is, or else the whole family dies.
Oh, Turkmenistan is alright.
Brad,
well,
what if that does happen? Huh?
But it won't, because they probably wouldn't. They probably wouldn't know the capital of Bulgaria.
Hey, Triangle, get the mask.
What?
Why?
No, did no one get the joke? Like,
no.
Yeah.
Brad getting mugged, Triangle. No,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. Anyways, back to the topic. Brad,
I thought you were being racist.
opinion. Oh no.
So I mean, I think it's like it'd be Boy Scouts, but in school, I guess. Like how to survive on your own, like how to do stuff like outdoorsy, because that's what you'd be living in. And also, I think like plant cultivation would be useful too, because like where are you gonna get crops? You have to grow your own. So that'd be useful.
Yeah, I was thinking Boy Scouts right away when I thought of that, like Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, like survival skills, you know? Like, maybe not even like a required class, but even just adding something like that could be, you know, interesting.
Yeah,
like I would like to see some schools like testing that out, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
You
Like
know?
an extracurricular class?
Yeah, just an elective
Yeah.
of some sort, completely optional.
Like, even just having the option would be pretty.
I mean, I would have done it.
Forward.
Or it could be like a club.
Well,
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
anime club.
No.
There is an anime club at my school, and it
all
terrifies
right.
me.
Topic, guys. Caitlin.
I definitely think that making it like a extracurricular class would be really helpful. I don't think it should be a required class, just because how often is it actually going to be needed? And when shit starts to hit the fan, people can always start doing research. I kind of like how people have now, but you do have to find reliable sources. That's an issue. But yeah, I think like a club or extracurricular class could be really beneficial. And if it's anything like Girl Scouts, I'm already one step ahead of y'all. Hey.
Me too.
Watch a lot
I'm
of
on the same
YouTube.
page.
I've
So-
been a Girl Scout for like the past 11 years.
So Adele, question.
Yeah.
Now, was the question that do you think it should be required? Like, do you think so? Like, learning skills like this should be like required, or?
Yeah. Like, do you think everyone should know it? Like, yeah.
So I have a different opinion than everyone. Hell yeah. Hard no out of me. Hard no. And the reason
No.
why I say that is because when I'm imagining something like this being taught in schools, we've, in a manner of speaking, already done this back in the 60s or 50s, back when we were at very yikes times with like Russia and Cuba and stuff like that during,
Cold War.
exactly, where
Cold
schools
War.
did actively practice drills with hiding under their desks. Not that that would do anything if we got nuked. And hiding in bunkers and certain alarms and stuff like that. And all that really did was it was fear mongering. What happened was kids would go to school and when you're in your class learning about math and all of a sudden the teacher's like, yo, get the fuck under your desk, like
You're all
we're gonna get nuked, Stalin's a coming, dude. And the school started sounding these very dramatic alarms. Yeah, no, like I think it's 100% fear mongering. I think people who want to learn that stuff can. There's already avenues, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, etc. Sorry, not Boy Scouts, Scouts. We want to be progressive here.
Yeah, why can't I join Girl Scouts?
Hey, episode 4 is next week.
Uh,
But yeah, no, I just think it would be a lot of fear mongering, and I'm imagining it in today's society, and you'd have a lot of people who just take it way too seriously, and it would just turn into a scare tactic. I feel like it would very quickly go from, yeah, like we need to be better prepared for situations like this, and I feel like some people would go like, yeah, I agree, but other people would just be like, it would just scare people. It would just scare people for no reason. I'm not gonna go there. But there's another talking point that is related to schools, in which is just often scary. We're not gonna talk about it, guys, so no one bring it up.
what are you
But
talking?
weapons in schools and fear,
Oh.
and it's one of those things that it's just a lot of fear mongering. And I feel like that's all this would do. That's
Well,
my
I think
opinion.
drills for that could be useful with like the whole,
But I think it's the same thing that I already mentioned of the whole like nuking and stuff like that. It's like you could have 1,000 drills for a nuke. Okay, if a nuke gets dropped, a nuke gets dropped. Like no amount of drills will save your life.
Well,
I
I
mean-
think though. Well, that's the difference between a nuke and like something like that happening,
The
because you
yike.
can like
Yeah,
control.
again,
your
we're not going
action.
to talk about it because obviously what I just said there was a hot enough take to send it back to Adele.
Yeah, so you mentioned like it would scare people, but I don't get how like teaching kids how to make a fire and how to find plants that are edible in the forest for them is scary.
It's the reason as to why they would have to do that. That would be
Okay.
so like think of it like this. If it's 2020, I have my iPhone, I'm going to school with my J's. Why in the fuck is my teacher teaching me how to pick herbs and make a fire in 2020? Unless my teacher's telling me that, yeah, someday the world might go to nuclear chaos or coronavirus
Really
could wipe
might?
it. No, and you're obviously 100% right. But I feel like school should be a place of education rather than a place of, hey, someday, a virus might wipe us all out and we might fucking die. Timmy, plant that fire. Jonathan, grab the herbs. Like,
Plant the fire.
yo,
But Aiden,
mind
do
the
you
tree. Mind the tree, Nico.
Yeah.
Aiden, but do you not feel like that's setting them up for failure if that does happen?
No,
Yeah.
because if we're sitting here planning for the what ifs, it's why are we gonna sit here and play the what if game?
What if I
Education-
become a forensic biologist? I need to learn all this math.
Just
Yeah,
tell them to play
exactly.
Minecraft for 10 minutes a day and they'll be fine.
No, but see, in that situation, Nico, it's not a what if in school they'd like to tell you the when you're a forensic biologist. No one wants to sit there and when the world gets nuked, and you know what I mean.
But like,
when we all die a horrible death.
Think about it, if you're serious about becoming
I'm thinking about it.
Biologist, okay, then in school a teacher who cares about your education will always tell you when you're going to become that, not if. You're not going to sit in nuclear holocaust class and the teacher's not going to tell you when the bombs drop, because it's like, what the fuck?
When the SARS bomb.
Exactly.
It's not necessarily that though.
Dude, like I
just play Fallout.
I just disagree.
You walk in
bottle caps.
I'll agree
you walk
to
into
disagree.
class and the teacher hands out like grades
Bottle
based on
cap.
how many bottle caps and like
Collected.
Oh my god, dude.
I don't need to go to school for that. I can play Fallout.
I
You have
can
that-
forget about nuclear.
You have that one kid walking into school with the ghillie suit. Everyone's freaking out. It's like, no.
Wait.
It's for my nuclear holocaust project, guys.
There was literally a kid who came into my school like the day before we left, wearing a full like quarantine suit and everything.
Hazmat
quarantine-
suit.
Oh, he was just
Hazmat,
He
yeah.
passed.
He's got a Geiger counter and everything. Just
No, he had like the face mask and everything. He
Adele's
had a
gonna be
gas
the
mask.
Adele's gonna be the teacher of
kinda
this
wanna-
class. Everyone's gonna sit down. She's gonna be like, all right, class, you ready? And then like a fucking, she's gonna make a siren go off. Fucking lights are gonna go off. All right, you all
start
failed.
hearing-
Everyone's like freaking out. Like she turns the lights
Everyone
back on.
hide
That
under
was
your
gone.
desk because they'll
Everybody
save
go
you from
under.
nuclear
And then
radiation.
and then
Hide
she's
near
gonna
a bookshelf.
she'll flip the lights back on. She'll be like, all right, guys, you all failed. Welcome to Nuclear Holocaust 101. I'm your teacher, Adele.
you do everything they taught you.
No,
Because now
I
you're
didn't.
dead.
I didn't mean it like that.
We
I
know.
meant like more like survival stuff.
You know, I
Shakespeare.
hard agree, but I'm gonna agree to disagree with it.
I guess the most like you guys could get me agreed to is like things that we've already talked about before with teaching kids like real stuff in school. Like for example, home ec. Like I think home ec should be a required class.
What
Now, like
You know home ec is, Finn? Or
Cooking.
Triangle? You know home ec is?
I hope to God he knows what home ec is.
I would think we're just like learn basic stuff like how to use a fucking dishwasher and how
Yeah.
to cook.
Kinda, I guess.
Yeah, home ec
Cooking
is
mainly.
Okay.
I didn't have home ec at my school.
yeah,
Home ec.
cooking,
okay.
sewing.
Finnish man understand.
But that for me is as far as like I would go. It's like I obviously I took Adele's question and brought it to as far across to the
nuclear
other side of the
holocaust.
spectrum.
Yeah.
To the spectrum as possible.
So much for not taking stuff out of context.
No, hold on, no. But I mean, but my point still stands. Like, and I would love to hear Adele's point on this. Like, how would you teach a class without not bringing stuff like that up? You know what I mean? You'd have to tell your students, like, okay, like, what if that happened? And there would be
Then bring it
students
up.
in those classes that would get scared thinking about that when going home and
mean,
stuff to their families.
Make them grow
It's
up.
scared bad. I mean, like at one point you should be scared. Like we should be scared of coronavirus. That's why
What
we're
the
not going
fuck?
out. You know.
Oh shit! I
Like-
guess agree
Thing
to
is, I
disagree.
think with my generation and younger generations, and even
all the
some
same
people
generation.
who are I think that the majority of people have just come to accept, like, hey, we're all doomed. Shit's gonna hit the fan.
Hell no.
We're gonna get screwed over. I think a lot of people just come to accept that. So I don't think that if that class were an option for people to take, I don't think it would cause that mass chaos because everyone basically already knows we're fucked.
I mean,
I think it's okay to be scared, personally.
Yeah, you need to be
But-
scared to be able to grow.
exactly.
Yeah.
I think that there's already
Like
like
fear is what
thinking
drives
that
students.
we wouldn't have had this class before the virus, but now that there is, there's always going to be that like memory of like, oh, this could hit us again at any moment, and it's scary, you know, and that being a reason why we shouldn't have the class. There's already going to be so much change that hits us after this virus happens. Like my school, the teachers are telling us they have never once in their lives with this school talked about any sort of e-learning strategies or anything of the sort, and they had to learn that all like in one day before they started trying to implement all of this stuff.
Because they weren't
and
prepared.
it's just going down. So from now on, of course, this is going to be something the school is going to be teaching them. And I don't think that's a fear-mongering thing, but more so just like it's something that's needed at some point, you know?
Learning from experience
Yeah.
versus future proofing.
So my rebuttal to that point is, why are we not still practicing nuclear drills then?
Because those didn't work.
How do we know? We've never been nuked. Only one country's been
Well,
nuked, Nico.
We've had more.
I
testing.
guarantee someone in Hiroshima or Nagasaki tried to hide under their desk and died anyways.
I hard disagree.
There's more knowledge about.
I bet someone heard a big boom
nuclear
and tried to
weapons
hide.
by this point.
All right.
We know their capabilities, so we know what we don't have. Versus, we know the capabilities of a certain pandemic, so we can future-proof by taking these precautionary measures. It's like there's no point in not. Like that's how I see it. It's a matter of efficiency.
And it's not even just like when you have those procedures like hiding under the desks, that's a very specific scenario. If something like this were to happen, this is what would follow. Whereas something like learning more about e-learning or putting in a basic like survivability class can have uses outside of specifically a virus shutting down the whole world and everyone needing to be inside. Like in terms of like, say school does need to close down for something, or it's a crazy winter storm out and it would be unsafe to go to schools, they now have this backup where they wouldn't need to add it on to the end of the year and would instead implement these days. You know, there's different uses it can now have and different needs it can serve versus like hiding under desks. It serves nothing except for maybe possibly not really saving you from a nuke.
Okay. All right, Rose might have just swayed me. So like I guess the whole ideology of thinking of it more than just as long as the class isn't taught in a way where we're getting you ready for this particular instance and it's more of a general learning course where, you know, do with this knowledge as you will, rather than prepping them for the impending apocalypse, then yeah, no, I agree then.
You could actually see it as beneficial in that case?
Yeah.
All right.
Woo.
Like that's the main point of view. It's not like they're saying like when we get nuked, this is what you should do. It's just like hey, you can do this if you're ever stranded alone.
Yeah.
Or like.
But then,
or
what
even
about
it's
scouts?
a cool trick.
What about
like
scouts?
people.
Well, scouts can go down the toilet
Camping.
or get integrated into society.
You can use it during camping
Scouts is stupid.
on your own.
Scouts.
Hey, Girl Scouts is fun.
We're
Fight.
talking about
Boy Scout
scouts. Hey, what? Excuse me, boy. What? That doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
Sexist pig.
Human scouts.
No,
Scouts.
it's just scouts. How dare you say human scouts?
Like, what about the aliens? How inconsiderate of you.
Okay.
Man.
Come on.
Next topic.
Aliens.
Caitlin, how pageants affect youth/stereotypes? There was a lot of other words. I just didn't include them.
Yeah.
Caitlin, take us away.
So basically, Aiden said to find topics that kind of like we want to talk about or apply to us, and I doubted y'all wanted to talk about cross-stitching. So
I'm down.
Really, the only other thing that's going on in my life right now, with everything being shut down, is it's called the JC Water Carnival, and I can say it's the JC Water Carnival because it's all over Minnesota. It's not just my city. So good luck finding me. But a big part of the Water Carnival is there is the Water Carnival royalty, which is ultimately like a week-long pageant. So it got me really thinking about how, like the whole stigma around pageants or beauty pageants specifically, because those are like the more commonly known ones, and just like the influence that they might have on people, on like little kids who are seeing this kind of stuff and I don't know. I was really reaching.
Do you want me to help you explain, or?
That's the one. Honey Boo Boo, right? Is the one
Uh,
kid.
I mean, that's an example.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
basically, like, I think what Caitlin's trying to ask is, like, how
My God.
pageants affect, like, both male and female, or just mainly females and growing up and seeing that sort of thing?
I guess it would be male and female. I know that pageants would. I guess it really would impact both male and female because females, or male and female, they're looking at it and they're thinking that is what people are supposed to be. They're supposed to be like this image of perfection with all these amazing talents and whatnot.
It sets a
sets like a standard basically.
a false standard. Yeah. I guess a false standard of beauty for men or women, or a man to think of a woman or a woman to think of herself.
Yes.
But off of that, I do have to head out.
Okay. So before we get into questions from Laura, opinions regarding that, we're gonna take a brief, like, little intermission. I'm gonna BRB to switch around the nameplates and the theme again. So, Nico, is there anything you want to say to the stream, to the boys?
Ha. No.
Bye,
No,
Nico. We love you.
it was great talking to all you guys. This podcast specifically is going to be the biggest pain in the ass to edit, but it'll be fun.
Hell yeah, it's gonna be.
Yeah, it is. Screw you, Wade.
It's not my
I'm just
fault.
kidding. I love you. Okay. I'll see you guys later. Talking to you.
All right. Peace out, Nico. All right, so I'm gonna throw us up to.
Bites the dust.
I'm gonna mute us again. So. All right, so getting back to Caitlin's topic, so basically just the whole beauty pageant, how it affects society as a whole. Brad, let's start with you.
I mean, I think it makes like, all right, I'm gonna say something that I remember quite fondly, I guess, is Honey Boo Boo. Remember that? So, yeah. So my parents would watch that all the time. I don't know why, but I have like constant memories of that. Like it's like replays in my head every 10 minutes, I guess. But it makes these kids like the youth spoiled brats, I guess. Like I'm the boomer here, and they're just like, I'm like, you darn kids, but they're being like spoiled and stuff, and it's kind of ruining them like as a child, I guess. Like they can't live their childhood like an actual child would. They have to be like held up to this ideology that they're going to be the top children. They need to be top all the time.
Okay. Triangle.
I don't like really know anything about beauty pageants and pageants as a whole, but from what I've heard, it sounds like just a bunch of kids trying to be like the best and the fucking prettiest, and their parents just make them do it. So I
feel like it's more the parents.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or at least for childhood pageants.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
a question for Triangle. Now, how is the whole pageant scene in Finland? If you know much about it at all, like, has there ever been any like beauty pageants at your school, or like, do you guys have prom, king and queen, something like that?
No, we don't like do that to my knowledge. To have like, he is the prettiest. He's the most handsome. She's the prettiest and stuff like that.
Superlatives.
Yeah, we don't have
Yeah.
like the best ones. Like sometimes during Halloween we had like those fucking Halloween parties at the school, and there would be like the best costume. But other than that, there wasn't really like a top person per se.
Do you
And
guys have like homecoming stuff?
explain homecoming.
Okay, so that's
Isn't
a
like
no.
in Finland, don't they have like no clubs or anything like that? That might be wrong, but like club sports that are related to school, like
I don't really know if you have like you could stay after school to play like baseball or some shit, but I
So,
don't know if there were like designated
so
clubs
to give you an
for it.
idea, Triangle, like let's say, for example, my school. All right, I'll dox myself. Well, I won't say my school name, but my school's mascot was like a panther. So like our football team was like the blank Panthers, and so like a panther was like our school's thing. Does your school have like, or did your school have anything like that where you know, like you'd have a bunch of different sports related to your school and something like
Nah,
that? Okay.
no, we're not really about like that. Like having football teams and shit, that just sounds wild. To have fucking like sports teams made from like schools that compete against other fucking schools.
So is
Just
your stuff all based around like town? Because obviously, like football, speaking to the European version of football, not to confuse all like the American viewers. Um, Now how do kids go about doing that then? Is it just through your town or?
we don't like hold competitions by schools. We just play for fun. We don't have any like competitive stuff concerning sports. Like schools don't have them. Of course, if there's like hobbies, like you, I don't know, fucking play football as a hobby. Of course, there's gonna be some competitions. But like as in schools, schools don't really compete. We don't like have anything that,
So then
and like
sorry.
you can speak.
I was just gonna say like then when does competition really begin for football in Europe then? At like what age group? Because obviously like football is like blood to some people in Europe. I mean that is like people live and die by like their.
For us, it's more like hockey, and that's like more of our thing. Um, Usually it starts at a very young age for like those really sporty people, but like I don't know, school sports, as in just like a class, sports class. Um, we played a lot of hockey and like did baseball and like played football and like did everything like that. So like it either starts at a really young age or like you don't play it like that much.
Okay. Rose?
Like relating to pageants.
Yeah, we got a smidge
Yeah.
off topic there.
Um, I don't know. Like, what comes to mind is Honey Boo Boo for like child pageants, right? Like most people, I feel like who grew up with that think of that. But you think of like Miss America, Miss Universe, you know, all of those pageants, like in terms of adult pageants. You know, there's people thinking, you know, I keep saying, you know, but that they value the looks so much more over the personality, which sounds a lot like our Twitch chat earlier. But
I'm
it's
so
like,
sorry.
it's, I don't know. Personally, I feel like they're fine for looking at individual looks, like bodies, if they're promoting a healthy body type, and if they're not, that gets pretty problematic. And that's been a criticism before, where models try to look a certain way by not eating or eating a certain way that won't sustain them. So I feel like that can be really problematic. But in general, it's just how they go about them. They're okay to like exist if they're promoting the right stuff.
Okay. Adele?
Can you like define pageant? But I'm not like familiar with the word, to be honest.
It's basically another word for competition.
Okay, so
It's
it
like a formal competition.
Okay, so it includes sports and like beauty pageants. Because I know beauty pageants, but I didn't know it included sports and stuff.
No.
I guess what
normally
she-
pageants don't involve sports. It's
So-
more so a beauty and then a talent.
So we're talking about like young people specifically. How it affects
However
them?
you want to interpret it, really.
Okay. So I think it's really damaging, even for older people sometimes. And it just teaches them to care about things that aren't the most important, personally, I think. And it, like, let's say you're a kid and you like kicked off the first of the pageant. How does that make you feel? Does that make you feel like you're not as important, not as, like, it's gonna follow you the rest of your life? I think it's not good.
I
Uh,
agree.
So I guess my take is similar to Adele's. Beauty pageants, unlike other competitions, so like let's say um, I'm playing baseball, right? And we go out, I go to the mound, like, whatever, I strike out. I'm not gonna take away like, oh, like darn, like whatever. There's always the next game, right? How do I improve for the next game? Like I go out, like I hit a ton of balls, like I practice my catching, like I just improve overall. Like I work harder, so the next game I'm able to better. Now, what is that? What does being better for the next pageant necessarily mean? Like, and that's when we start to get into a really dark territory for a lot of people who participate in a lot of these beauty competitions. Um, and it's not even for if you lose. Think about the winner. When you get that taste of victory, it's like you don't want to lose that. And at that point, you almost could be more worried about the winners than the losers, because let's say you lose. Okay, like if you don't really care about it that much to begin with, you're just not going to do another one. But if you win, you're going to want to keep chasing that. Even if you weren't interested in it before, now you've won. So now you have validation that, oh, hey, like you might not have been interested, but you're a winner. You're good at this. Keep doing it. It becomes addictive. And when something becomes addictive, your methods in which achieving that next level of addiction become very toxic very fast. And when speaking to the beauty industry, I feel like there's very little good you can speak to an industry like that. There aren't a lot of good messages being pushed by the beauty industry at all, in my opinion. I often feel like in society, girls are told, hey, like if you don't have 10 layers of makeup on, you're basically nothing. If you haven't dropped like $10,000 on makeup, you're basically nothing. And I feel like beauty pageants just kind of put people on a pedestal who kind of cater towards that ideology times 10. And it's like beauty pageants to me are the winner of who can be what society wants them to be the best. It's not the best person at the competition. It's you're the best in the eyes of society. Like you're the prettiest in the eyes of society. And that's such a flawed outlook. And it's a very unhealthy outlook for everyone involved, the winners and the losers. That's my opinion. But take it away, Kaylin.
I definitely agree with basically what everyone has said, that the beauty pageants on their own are like really can be very detrimental, especially child ones. I do not support child pageants in any way, shape, or form, because normally the kid doesn't even want to do it. It's their parent forcing them to, and you're just pushing extremely harmful ways of thinking into such a young mind. Teenage or adult ones are, I guess, a little bit better, just because you have more of a say in if it's what you actually want to do, rather than the parent being the one in control.
Yeah.
And beauty pageants, just all in all, I really don't support them, and that's where I gotta give props to the JCs, because the Water Carnival has no beauty aspect of it. It's all personality and then talent. Naturally, there is the goal to, hey, I also need to look really good, but it's not what you're getting judged on. Like, I gotta give props to the JCs for that.
Does anybody else have anything they want to add based on what anyone else said, or?
No.
Okay. Moving on. Triangle. 3D printing and what can it do for us in the future and stuff like that. Take it away.
Yeah, so it's like I didn't really have a topic that I could talk about with others because yeah, so I just choose 3D printing because it can do like a lot of stuff already. Like there's like casts being replaced by 3D printed objects already, and like they can be removed without like having to cut so near the skin. Like the normal cast, they're like fucking I don't know what it's called in English, but it's such a pain to get rid of. And like already with 3D printing, it has helped so much. And like there's fucking gun parts made of 3D printed materials that work. And like it's such an efficient way to create stuff. And I think it's only gonna get more efficient and more useful in the future when it's gonna get refined and you can create like really, really intricate parts with it for like God knows what. And I don't know, I just see it as a thing that can like be used to create so much amazing stuff that can help and replace stuff that we have now with more efficient versions of that item.
Okay. Adele, why don't you start us off?
I agree what he said. I think it's there's no reason not to for it to develop into something bigger. I think it's cost efficient, and I saw a post on Twitter. I think it was like saying it was making like a piece of that was important for people that have coronavirus. It was like a
Oh,
piece
the
of equipment.
ventilators?
Yeah, I think that's it. Actually, I don't know. I don't remember, but it was saying like someone sued the guy that made like a lot of them to save a lot of people. Like I think that's kind of messed up, and yeah, I think 3D printing is going to evolve a lot over the years, and I'm excited to see what they come up with.
And the story, I just want to say the story with 3D printing. Some guys 3D printed a bunch of little ventilator pieces for face masks for people with coronavirus, and then the patent holder of the people who created that piece sued them for millions of dollars because, hey, you're giving away our product for free.
Well, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I guess.
It doesn't feel right, but it makes sense because you're basically just printing someone's property that they could otherwise sell and stuff like that and just giving it away.
But the fact that they're able to do it for free, meanwhile this big company is making hundreds of dollars per piece, and they're charging people that who are already suffering.
Yeah, that's fucked. And that's like...
Yeah.
So before we move on to the next person, I just want to propose the question while we're going through people. Now, do you see any negatives 3D printing could have? So before we move off of you, Adele.
Honestly, I haven't seen like a bad aspect to it except the costs, like of the actual machine. But yeah, no, that's it.
Okay. Rose?
Negatives, I'd have to think on that. Like, I'm sure it's there somewhere. But being somebody who's always been, like, interested in art and creativity, it's just so much fun to, like, make stuff. I love watching videos of what people can make on there. And there's so many different, like, softwares that are coming out, too. Like, you can create something in VR that would be translated over to the 3D printer, and you could print that. Like, just the possibilities of what you can create is endless now. I feel like it's so cool to have something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Caitlin?
If we're talking negatives...
Well, no, negatives and positives.
Yeah. One of the negatives would be the environmental impacts, because ultimately 3D printing, it's using plastic. Or I know that it is possible to use other materials and it could always be changed to something more environmentally friendly, but generally it is a plastic base, so the impact that it would have on the environment would be a negative. But looking at positives, there is so many things, because it opens up a whole new world for engineering, for the medical field, or people just being artistic. Like the college I go to for PSEO, it's very heavily artistically and engineering based, and they have a free to use 3D printer for whatever. Even if you're not in that major or anything, you're able to use it just because they're trying to like enforce that, hey, this is a thing now, this is an option, this is where the world is going, and it's really cool. I really want to test it out.
Okay. Brad?
So I want to touch on something that I didn't hear anybody else say, but like a little bit with the materials. So I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it was a video showing that they used plant-based like materials to 3D print steak, and they could cook it like
Yeah.
an actual steak.
I saw.
Oh, hold up, what?
Yeah,
I haven't seen
it's a
that.
Daily Dose of Internet video.
Yeah.
But
And that's a real
like,
thing.
Food.
yeah, so NASA was talking about possibly using that for like food creation, and then also you can create
Oh my God.
joints, flexible like plastic that comes from it. So people have made door handles and so many other things. So
And
it's really
like-
useful for that.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
the possibilities are
Well, I'll be
endless.
damned. You really mean to tell me that someone 3D printed food?
Yeah.
That makes me think of the SpongeBob episode.
And you could like actually, it was safe to eat and everything.
Yep.
Or Plankton has holographic steak. Maybe that's a reality one day.
Just look up
or
3D printed food. You'll
steak.
find it.
I'm gonna have to look it up because I'm like,
Yeah, but it doesn't look that good. Probably doesn't taste that good either. But I
Well,
think
no,
it's
it's
gonna like
plant-based.
evolve to like
It's
create more
vegan.
versatile food. So
but that's still like insanely cool.
yeah, it is. It probably
Like,
is.
bruh.
Because they could create like meat-like substances without having to use meat, like the Impossible Burger. But like NASA was saying, they can't really bring like that much meat up there because it's like heavy, meat's heavy, and it can't freeze dry very well. So they were talking about using that instead of like shrimp and other seafoods.
So my take regarding 3D printing is essentially that, yeah, while it's like the whole intention of it is good and a lot of the purpose, like the uses of it right now are good, it's one of those things that like the ramifications that it's going to have on society as a whole will for the most part be negative, but then again, like a lot of things are negative at the cost of progression. To give an idea, like this is getting slightly off topic, but I swear it's relevant. Switching over to electric over gas cars. The oil/car industry, if we were just all switch over to electric cars tomorrow, would take an extremely large hit. I mean, we're talking like millions of jobs would probably be lost tomorrow. And when you think of all the things that you can create with a 3D printer, and no one's touched on this because it's still very in theoretical science, 3D printing organs, that is a big one. Obviously, that can only be used for good. But it's just one of those things that, like, the more a 3D printer can do and the more we find ways for it to do those things, the more jobs that in the future it will take. Like Brad was bringing up 3D printing food. I didn't even know that was a thing yet. By being able to 3D print food, That's so great and all for the environment, but now all those farmers are going to lose their jobs, like overnight. Once it becomes a more steady thing, why would we need a farmer? Like, why would we need to keep destroying Earth's natural resources when we can just 3D print it on our own? You know what I mean? It just becomes one of those things that it's like, why do we need X, Y, and Z when we can just 3D print it? But that's all my opinion.
So
Hold on, Adele, do you want to start?
Yeah. So they said the steak was plant-based. There still needs to be plant for you to print it. You know? Like, it's not like we don't need plants anymore.
Yeah, and also the quality of the food is gonna be vastly different. Like you can create like a fucking beef out of like plant fiber and just print it, because there's beef is so much more complex than like say a 3D printed like plant beef. And say like you can 3D print just like bread and stuff like basic stuff like this, and even if we could 3D print food, there's still gonna be a big market for, you know, the normal food.
Brad, did you want to say something?
Yeah, so I kind of act like, you know how you're talking about the farmers like losing their jobs?
Yeah.
The thing is, with the farmers losing their jobs, it's gonna happen over such like a long period of time. Like it's just starting now. It's probably not gonna be a whole thing till like 100, like 50 years in the future. So those farmers will be dead, and the need for new other types of jobs that indicate like that go in that field would be needed. So it's not gonna be a loss of jobs. It's gonna be a shifting from farming to technology. You know.
Okay, let me address all these points. Adele's point. Okay, yo, I'm totally wrong. You're 100% right. I'm just retarded. Adele just kind of like single-handedly killed my entire argument or my point with that.
Yeah, I was thinking.
But as far as Triangle's point and as far as Brad's point, you say it doesn't taste good. Like all things, that will change over time.
Yeah, I know it will change, like taste good, but I'm talking more about the texture.
Oh my.
And
okay. I see your point with texture being a chef, but like at some point things will change to a point where efficiency is the most important thing. Like think about how astronauts already eat their food, or like people in the military already eat their food. Like it's super packaged. Like yeah, sure, leisurely eating will still be a thing, but on a much, 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 much smaller level than it is today. Like there will always be a place for leisure meals, but when we're speaking strictly to the future, which obviously we have to be when we're talking about something like 3D printing, it just will be nowhere near as vastly enjoyed that it is today. And Brad, your point, what was your point again?
That the farmers will die and new like technology jobs will come in and replace the farming jobs that were lost.
We live in a world now where even one person dying means people freaking out. So I mean that alone answers itself. Like the society will never just let thousands, hundreds of thousands of people die because progress. That's what it means.
Well, no, it's not like they're dying because they're losing their jobs like over time.
No, I mean like yeah, old age and stuff like that. But I'm saying at some point like young farmers will come to replace those farmers, and at some point people will be losing their jobs. It won't just be a slow decay of yeah, hey, you know, all these old farmers are dead. Now we're good. Time to commence plan part 2 of No More Farmland.
Humanity.
Exactly. Now that the old people are dead, us Zoomers can take over. But yeah, I'll send it back to Triangle.
About what?
This is your topic, homie.
Yeah, and we like already talked about so much stuff.
Was there any more that you wanted to hit on about 3D printing?
Well, I mean, everything that I just said, I kind of made up on the fly, so not really anything I wanted to say. But yeah.
Hell yeah.
I've actually got something that I want to say. And you're arguing that 3D printing food is going to replace farmers. Say everyone has that meal, say grilled chicken. Everyone has that, oh, so and so makes the best grilled chicken, and like someone else makes grilled chicken, it doesn't measure up. There's still going to be people who prefer the actual thing. People are going to prefer fresh produce over printed just because of that freshness, of that like specialness behind it. People are going to prefer the original over the remake.
It's
So you're
like
still going to have,
GMOs.
yeah.
I
Would
love
you-
the
You're still
term
going to have
printed produce.
people
What'd you say, Rose?
supporting.
I love the term printed produce.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Rose?
It's like how people look at GMOs. You know, it's like people want non-GMO products because of the freshness of it and just like the health of it. I feel like that's going to be a concern people need to think about in the future if this becomes the big thing, printing food. I feel like, you know, there's always going to be a certain amount of people, like I agree, who want the non-printed stuff because it is the more natural and fresher option.
Yeah.
So I guess to further add to my point, I guess when I mentioned that the whole, oh, you know, like no one will eat regular food, I'm speaking more towards like the future, not so much 50 or even 100 years, maybe like 200, 300 years, where the whole mom and pops like box Kraft mac and cheese, like that won't be an option anymore. Like it'll be, you go to your store, you get your 3D printed whatever, and that's just what you eat. Like options are limited. It's all about efficiency, which at some point I do believe that's where we're going to be headed. But I'm speaking more towards the very far down the road, not so much the now.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it will work and be like positive for humanity, because people will be fucking depressed if they just eat 3D printed food. Like, no.
You know how many times people have said that over the years about different things?
You don't like steak. You can.
All right. That we're not.
If
We are
someone
not
handed
getting
me
into steak.
a 3D fake printed chocolate
Like-
bar, I would punch him in the face.
Yeah, but
Those
you
are just some
probably
of the
can
things you
tell.
don't mess with.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. None of you would be able to tell. Like,
Like
we
you
can
can
sit
mix
here
3D
and
printed and regular.
we can sit here all day and say I'd be able to tell. Like my mom, my dad makes it like one way, and I'll know. Like realistically, I'm talking about the time where it gets so damn good, like no one will be able to tell, and that's the point. That you won't be able to tell, so no one even thinks about or what was, because
Yeah, but like lab grown food, like maybe that can be able to do that, but at the same time 3D printers, if they want to make the same quality food that we get like from a fucking cow, it's gonna be a real hassle to print that. It's gonna take a long time to make that complexity of beef. I don't know how they would do that without like taking such a long time to just print like a slab of beef substance. Like,
all right. Moving on.
chef
Yeah.
gets shut down. Okay.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I stand by what I said. Like 300, 400 years from now, like I do believe that they'll be able to break down the genetic composition of a piece of steak, of a piece of beef, whatever, and be able to make it taste exactly the same, no matter how complex. Like think about it, Triangle. Like I already mentioned, like they're already 3D printing organs. What makes you think that they won't be able to 3D print a piece of steak, given how complex of its genetic composition is?
Well,
You know
they're
what I
not
mean?
already printing 3D organs,
What do you mean?
right? I thought that was.
Oh no,
theoretic.
it
No,
is,
they are.
but like they already are. But some
Oh, okay.
organs are more harder to do than others. But and it's still not like mass produced or anything. Like that's why I said more theoretical science than.
Oh, okay.
Set
I
in
see.
stone.
I see what you mean. Okay.
But Rose, bad breeds of dogs and stuff like that. Take it away.
Okay. So, at my school, before the virus, I was the head of the Cause for Paws Club, which is animals, all about animals and animal rights. And
everybody in there had like a diverse range of like opinions on things. You know, in the end, we all care about animals and have different opinions on it. Every single year, I pushed for discussion on people who look at breeds such as pit bulls and how they're banned, a full ban on the breed itself. There are people that won't go near them. They're one of the least adopted breeds of all time, and this goes for a couple different breeds like pit bulls, Rottweilers, you know, ones that people just label as scary dogs and mean dogs. When that, in my opinion, that comes from a place of stories of things like dog fights and bad owners raising them. They're strong dogs when it comes down to it, you know, but there's not a dog that is inherently aggressive in nature. It comes down to the owners, in my opinion. But what would you guys have to say about that?
Adele, why don't you kick us off?
I completely agree with you. Actually, in my city, the mayor wanted to ban pit bulls, and it was a huge thing for a while, and it never ended up going like being applied. But yeah, I do think there is no bad dog. There's just bad owners. Some people are not as educated, and maybe that's the problem. You should always get educated before you adopt a dog. It's still a living thing.
Agreed.
Brad? Triangle?
Like, yeah, it's the same. That like there's no bad dogs, and there's just bad owners. And like, one of our dog is like the friendliest dog you could ever fucking meet. He wouldn't hurt anything. But still, like, when like my mom or me or like anyone in my family walks him, people like go across the street to walk and then go back just because he looks kind of mean. And it's just,
So
I don't understand like the thing with dogs looking mean and people being like, oh god, it's gonna kill me or stuff like that. I just
That would actually bother me a lot if someone did that and like I saw it. Like if I'm like walking my dog or something like that and then they cross the street and I saw them cross back and it was solely because of my dog, that would bother me a lot.
It feels fucking bad seeing people do that, like avoiding dogs because like they think they're bad. I just don't get it.
Brad?
But like,
oh, sorry, Triangle, finish.
Oh yeah, like different people have like different experiences. So maybe like say someone when he was a kid was attacked by a dog, so they get into that like defensive mode where they like are afraid of dogs. Then I can understand that because you know trauma and shit. But if you're like just a normal person who has like nothing bad with dogs and are just scared of them, that I don't quite, you know, like understand. And that's my take.
Okay. Brad, take us away.
So, I'm one of the people that crosses the street, but it's because my dog is too friendly and will, like, she comes off the wrong way to other people. Like, because I'm the one who crosses the street just to be nice to them. Because my dog comes off, like, whenever she sees someone, she, like, goes, like, it's at them because she wants pets and attention. So I have to cross the street to make sure that my arm doesn't get torn out of its socket and beat me to death for my.
I guess we seriously like, what kind of dog do you have?
Wait, hold on.
I have a beautiful yellow lab.
Oh.
Hang on, I have an image. It's the best image.
The best one.
Only the greatest image.
It's not even just the best image of my dog. It's just the best image.
There's none
Understandable.
greater.
There is
All
none greater.
pictures of dogs are the best images. There's not.
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
cute.
cats.
That's adorable.
Come on.
That's a caterpillar.
Aww. Is she wearing a giant sweater?
She was wearing a towel after a bath.
That's
Aww.
so cute.
but dogs, like, they aren't inherently bad. Like, it's what brings them up. Because my dog also. So we always rescue from shelters. We never, like, adopt and shop.
Yeah.
So we always get from shelters. So we always get the craziest dogs. So my current one's, like, really shy unless someone has a dog. And then they're, like, super outgoing and nice. So it depends on, like, how they're raised and, like, their experiences. Like, dogs have personalities, too. Like, you know how you're talking about how when, like, people get bit by a dog as a kid and they're like, I avoid it. Dogs are the same thing where they're like, I got beat as a human, so I don't like the human, or so I'm gonna attack the human back. You know, like, all humans are the same is what the dogs kind of think.
Mm-hmm.
They need to be like, they're just trying to get back, I guess, like, trying to be like, yeah, I need to, like, do something.
I like that comparison a lot.
Because dogs have feelings
Dogs
too.
are people too.
People?
Dogs are
Oh.
friends.
All right, Caitlin.
There's this one fact that I read about pit bulls, and they were once considered the nanny dog. Like, people would leave their babies with pit bulls because they were considered so gentle. And suddenly, they have a lot. They're strong dogs. They have a lot of muscle. So now they're this vicious beast, and it honestly makes me really mad. And like, my dog Kuda, he is an old fart. He won't bite. He won't bark at you. The only thing he'll try to do is hump you to death. Like, that is his issue. He's too affectionate, and he's mostly blind and deaf. But really, dogs, they are alive. They learn social cues just like humans do. They learn what they're shown. Except for Chihuahuas. They are angry little bastards.
Chihuahuas are rats and
Demon
dog skin.
spawns.
I wanted to talk about Chihuahuas, but when it gets around to me again, I would like to talk about Chihuahuas.
So
they're just filled with the anger of being so small.
They're hateful beings.
Napoleon complex.
Adele?
Yeah, it's just, we were mentioning Chihuahuas. It's just that people usually treat Chihuahuas really bad because they know they can't do anything. They're just like, dogs only get aggressive if they feel threatened. So they'll treat their Chihuahuas like they can't do anything. Like, you wouldn't, like, annoy a big dog that you look at and is, like, threatening to you, but you would to a Chihuahua, and that's maybe why a lot of them are aggressive.
I love that take.
Yeah.
If we're talking about it now, my aunt had 2 Chihuahuas, and her vet told her that, like, 1 in 50 Chihuahuas are handled well to the point where they're not inherently aggressive to, like, new people or children. These 2 Chihuahuas, they both were the nicest, like, most affectionate and, like, fattest Chihuahuas I've ever seen in my life.
They're done with it.
They both had, like, their own physical issues, and that's why she wasn't overfeeding them, but they were fat. But anyways, they were Frankie and Sophie. And part of the reason why that she explained to me is because Chihuahuas are so small, people like to hold them a lot. Like, it's just our innate, like, it's a cute dog, we want to hold the dog, and it's like an affectionate thing for us, you know, just to, like, hold them. And Chihuahuas are extremely protective of their owners because of people doing that. Like, when you're getting a new breed of dog, you have to do your research and you have to see how to handle them in order to make sure you're raising them right. And as much as it hurt her, she had read that before adopting them because she did her research, and she tried her very best when they were puppies and as they were growing up to not pick them up as much as she possibly could. And of course it helped that they were around children constantly. I was so young when she had these dogs, and, you know, I just came over all the time and played with them. But there's a lot to say about how much research you got to do before getting a pet in general. So
Maybe.
that
Yeah.
you raised them right.
Props to your aunt.
She's great.
Yeah, definitely.
So I
There was
feel like
actually something. Sorry.
So I actually like enjoyed a lot of the points you guys had. Like a lot of it I didn't even know, especially the one about Chihuahuas. That was such an interesting fact that I learned. And it's like Brad's too. Like a dog's only gonna be aggressive like that if it has a reason. And especially the whole membering part, like similar to humans and stuff like that. Like if you beat a human, like you beat a dog, same thing. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say like all 5 of you guys have dogs.
I have one now.
I've only had cats growing up. So maybe I'll be a different take on the whole case, but so I don't know. I mean, for me personally, like I grew up having a lot of friends who have pit bulls, and I don't want to say. I guess growing up, like just hearing about like pit bulls, they're the bad breed. Like stay away from pit bulls. That always made me like cautious going around my friends' dogs and stuff like that. But the more I hang out with said friend, like, and the more I was around said friend's dog, it became more and more abundantly clear to me, like, oh man, like if any, I'd go as far as to say like pit bulls are more of the friendlier dogs that I've encountered in my life than the most vicious or whatever. Echo. Anyway, but yeah. So having only had cats my entire life, I'm not really used to a lot of love and affection from animals. Strictly because cats are very like to themselves and feed me, don't feed me, or no, sorry, feed me, only feed me, don't touch me when I want to be touched, and that's pretty much it. But yeah, no, I basically just agree. I agree. I like pit bulls. I don't think any dog's a bad dog, but the Chihuahua stuff was really cool. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. They're definitely another one that's looked at as angry, and it's so fun to like talk about the angry ones because they're so small, but like they got that mighty like fighting spirit in them.
Yeah. But they just shake with constant rage.
Yeah. And that's fine, but when it comes to like there's all these dogs that are looking for good homes and people think they're just going to be bad because they're a pit bull, they're strong. And it comes from people see that they're strong, who are bad people looking for that type of dog. And they're the ones that are raising these pit bulls that you hear about in stories that the news would report on, like the scary pit bull stories. They almost always come from families like that. So
question for Adele and Rose before we move on. So you guys mentioned how Chihuahuas, they're abused and that's why they're like that and why like they're one of the more aggressive breeds. Does it also have to do with just their like want to be the dominant dog? And because like I oftentimes see like you have a Chihuahua going up to like a German Shepherd barking its head off and like kind of being aggressive and stuff like that.
That's so funny.
Now does that have any correlation, or I just wanted to get you guys' takes on that. It was something I was curious about.
I'm not a dog expert. I don't think I could tell you. I would feel kind of I really don't know, honestly.
Rose?
I haven't heard specifically if, like I mentioned Napoleon complex, like they're so tiny and they want to be like the big guy. But I've not heard if they have something like that or not. I just find it funny you mentioned like a Chihuahua going up to a German Shepherd. Kind of a tangent really fast. Sophie, the smaller, younger of the Chihuahuas, got bit by the neighbor's German Shepherd. And then Frankie, the older one, just took off after him out the door and chased this dog straight back, and this gigantic German Shepherd and a dog that's this big. It was a great moment. But I think it really has to do with the protectiveness, because that was kind of another situation where that kind of shone through. Like, his sister basically, got hurt by this dog, and he took off after it, and it comes from, a good place like that.
Okay. Does anybody else have any final remarks on the dog combo? Caitlin?
You told me about the tiny dog chasing the big dog. Just remind me. I have a family friend. They have 2 dogs. One of them is like the smallest thing ever. And her name is also Sophie.
Oh.
And she is absolutely adorable. However, they also have another dog named Nala. We call her Horse Dog because she is a Saint Dane. She is a Saint Bernard Great Dane mix.
Oh
Her
my
back
God.
is to my hip. She's not full grown. She is huge. And she's honestly, like, she's a baby. She is, like, such a sweetheart. And you dinosaur just made me think of Sophie chasing around Nala. Like, Nala takes poops probably as big as Sophie.
All right.
Yeah. She went from having Chihuahuas to a Great Dane mix as well, so.
Definitely a
Do I
big
perhaps
switch.
know you're on?
Yeah. That's kind of a pun. Sorry. Anyway.
No problem. So moving on to the final segment of the podcast, the Q&A. This is actually the first week that we're doing this, so not many questions here. So I'm basically just gonna rattle off some of the questions that my viewers had put in the Discord. So first question. Okay, all right, never mind. Not that question because I don't really understand it. So first, I didn't really read these.
Are they all of Rex questions?
Yeah, hold on.
There's a lot of coronavirus questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them are.
Some of them we already kind of covered.
Yeah, and other ones are just a little negative.
These are kind of also conspiracy ones.
Let's go back to talking about dogs.
Okay.
Dogs
We
are
could do
great.
triangles. I like that.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
which
So
do you-
we'll start with triangles and see how we feel about doing. Hold
But
on.
before we do that, I just have one very important question. Which do you think is better, cats or dogs?
Dog.
I
Dog.
love them both. I can't choose. I grew up with cats, and I have a puppy right now, and I love them.
What kind of puppy? What kind?
Mini Aussie Doodle,
Okay, we gotta get to these questions, though,
Australian
guys.
Shepherd Poodle.
Okay, sorry,
yeah,
sorry.
Okay, so instead of just avoiding the questions altogether, I'm just gonna ask them, and I'm gonna let you guys do thumbs up, thumbs down on whether or not we talk briefly about it. Do you think that the train that was derailed earlier this week was full of children part of ST, or do you think it was just some madman?
What's ST?
I don't know what this is talking about.
Special training?
Me neither.
I think special training, yeah.
Special training.
I have thumb down if anybody wants to just follow in my footsteps.
Yeah,
Adele?
I don't know.
I haven't heard of that, honestly.
Is it like, I don't know.
Okay, next question. Do you think that is true? A lot of people are changing the cause of death of people with underlying or already severe issues that have died recently from something other than the coronavirus. Put that it is coronavirus for cause of death. So to put this into a much simpler term, so I think what is being asked is, let's say Brad were to die tomorrow in a car accident. His parents put down that he actually died of coronavirus for whatever reason. Maybe for money, maybe for whatever. Because I'm sure a lot of people... maybe not clout, but I guess actually maybe, honestly. Like, it sounds stupid, but I mean, you think about people who are talking about...
Or stupid people still.
Yeah, so I guess we could briefly talk about this one if everyone's cool with it. I don't really know much to say. Who does anybody want to raise their hand to speak a little bit about it?
Sure.
Take it away, Rose.
I just know that there has been some cases of people who have passed away where
for some reason, everybody was talking about it being like coronavirus. Like the infant in Chicago that passed away, and apparently that may or may not be true anymore. And there are other cases in a couple other states, I don't know about around the world, but of just either misdiagnosed and it was just labeled corona, or the test didn't work. I'm not sure. But it's weird that we are so unsure about it.
Yeah. To piggyback off of what Rose just said, there was an infant. There was an infant who had passed away in Chicago, where the parents had told the media that it was due to coronavirus, and the story was spun that young people can die of coronavirus, blah 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 blah. Like, you know, everyone's lying. It's not just old people, etc. It later came out that the child did not pass away of coronavirus, and that it was a total lie, and it was, I guess, in a really sick manner of speaking. Yeah, just a very sick manner of speaking of just chasing after some media attention.
There's that clout.
Exactly. Adele, did you wanna?
Yeah, at the end of the day, does it matter?
Yes.
Does it? Why?
Yeah, because we need to have the proper numbers for people who actually died of coronavirus and people who didn't, so we can analyze whether or not how dangerous it is.
That's true, but these people are only like a fraction. Like, it's a very small amount of people that did that. So does it really matter?
Well, yeah, still, because if people do that, it could like catch on with other people. Because social media is like
okay, guys, let's let one person speak, please.
So social media is like a disease, kind of, I guess, like how I describe it. Like, if one person does it, more people will do it. So we should just it's important to make sure that people don't do it, because it could affect the numbers a lot more other people, I guess.
Yeah, I agree on that, but I just don't think it matters that much, because at the end of the day, the hospitals all have the numbers, and what people see on social media is not going to change how many people are going to be in the statistics.
So I guess last thing I'll say about it, what part of it do you say doesn't matter? Does it matter that the family reported that their child died of coronavirus?
No. I'm saying it doesn't it doesn't really matter that a few people are doing it. Like, okay, there's a lot of media attention to it, but at the end of the day, I don't know how to explain it.
It doesn't matter because the hospitals have the true statistics,
yeah,
and it doesn't matter what's lied about. So my response to that is, remember when you and Triangle last week mentioned that the media isn't really covering coronavirus the same way as America is, and because of that, things aren't as crazy in Canada or Finland.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of part of the reason why things are so bad here, is because there's so much lies being spread on the American media right now of what's going on about coronavirus, what's true, what's not true, the amount of people infected, how many people have died, etc. So when you have people who are coming out saying my newborn child died of coronavirus, that's just fear mongering. Think of all those families who have babies who are being told, no, infants aren't at risk, because they're not, according to the WHO being World Health Organization. But then you have this false case of a child dying of coronavirus, and the media is covering it like it's the truth. All of a sudden, wow, you're worried about your infant's health when you don't even need to be, because it was a lie.
Take
it away.
Okay. I just think that a random post on Twitter shouldn't change your opinion on about how do you protect your children. You should do your actual research.
No, this was reported by CNN.
Okay. And I don't know, actually. I really don't know. And I just think that what's true is actually always going to be true. I don't understand why people are affected by it that much.
So at the end of the day, where do people get what they call truth? From the news, because the news is responsible for relaying information to the public. That at the end of the day is the main purpose of the news. So I would agree with you wholeheartedly. That yes, if it was some random Twitter post or some random Instagram post by this child's family, why would anyone take that as a grain of salt at all? Because it could be, as Brad would say, clout, used for clout. But when you have major media outlets picking this up that are responsible for relaying information to the public, that's when it becomes an issue. Because, like you said, Adele, like why would this affect people? Because it's being marketed to us as the truth.
Well, now we know the truth.
Exactly, and that's why people are caring less about it. Because it's, like you mentioned, it's not relevant anymore. But at the moment, it was a scare tactic, and again, used for 5 seconds of fame. No.
Oh, sorry, I was gonna add something.
No.
I just think that. Oh fuck, I forgot. I'm sorry. Just continue.
Inside agents.
Do you think that there are a lot of photos? Oh God, Jesus! All these. I'm not doing that one.
What's your favorite breed of dog?
Okay. All right. We did enough of those. All right. So next question. Ask people. So what are everyone's hobbies? Let's just go right down. Triangle, you start. What's your hobby or an unusual skill? One of my viewers asked this. Imagine asking the question and not having an answer.
I'm not. I think it's called scuba diving.
Yeah,
like
scuba diving.
Like those fucking air tanks and shit.
Yeah, scuba diving.
And that's like my most interesting hobby.
Ned, do you want to talk a little bit about that, or?
There's like nothing too interesting about it. It's just that more people think it's like way more cool than it actually is. Like you're just basically going deeper, like deep in the water. There's not that much to see, except for like sand and rocks, if you're not at like an interesting location. And that's my like hobby.
Brad?
I mean, besides the whole computer stuff, I do karate. That's about it.
Okay. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, or?
Yeah, I mean, so we do something called, we do like online karate now, where our teacher puts Facebook Live videos and he just does them every day for 30 minutes. So I just kind of do that now. It's been affected kind of, but I mean, it's a good way to work, like get out energy and do exercise, and also it's useful life skills.
Adele?
I don't have any unusual hobbies, really. I just like to play video games and draw. So, yeah.
Rose?
I really love drawing. It's a lot of fun. Unusual hobby? I'm not sure. Honestly, my personality is just kind of like drawing, so.
I get that.
Yeah.
Actually, do you guys want to show off any drawings that you guys done? Not to put you guys on blast, but.
Maybe. I'd have to sort through them and see, but let me take a look.
Like show on camera?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, guys.
They're kind of not exactly safe for work, most of them, so...
Oh, yeah, no, please don't get me banned on Twitch.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to.
Nothing
looking for.
Big
First picture, it's just a huge throbbing blank. Okay.
What? He's just talking about chicken.
It's a huge throbbing lollipop.
What are you thinking about, Aiden, huh?
Get your mind out of the gutter.
I'm
Something
not even gonna lie,
inappropriate.
most of them are big titty anime ladies.
Oh, same.
Oh,
Give me a
I
minute
enjoy
here.
that.
We got some Rule 34.
No,
on this second here.
as long as there's no tit showing, you're good to show it. Oh wait,
I
unless there's
I
also
don't know if I
another
wanna
part
show
that
most of my big titty anime lady drawings though, so
No genitalia.
Is under boob okay?
shown.
yeah, sure. Like I said, as long as there's no tit. I mean, you can have full boob. As long as there's no tit, I won't get banned because that makes sense. Right?
Really? That's fucking
Yeah.
cool.
Twitch is a magic place, right? Just check out the body
Magic
paint
place, yeah.
section.
Oh no.
As
So
long
basically
as you have the pasty, you're good. Yeah, that makes
Oh,
total
dear.
sense.
As long as there's tip, you're not
So
getting
really, the
banned.
only rule is no nipple.
100%. You can be fully nude as long as you have pasties on. You're good. That's not nudity on Twitch.
Really?
Hmm.
How might you
Speaking
know
of
this,
ways
sir?
for females to get attention on Twitch.
he's done research.
Okay, I got my less trashy ones.
Here we go,
Jesus, they
Adele.
get
Show them
worse
off.
as they go on. Oh gosh.
Just like fucking amazing art. Like
You'll see.
Adele, take it away.
Yeah.
five
Well,
star fucking.
I don't know if you guys
professional art.
know the game Hunt Showdown.
I do, yes.
Yes.
really.
Well, I like to draw the traits that you can get in the game.
Oh, that's
So,
hella
a little
nice.
bit of
That
that.
looks nice.
Those are so cool. I literally
you.
just draw titty anime ladies.
Those are so
You're
cool.
really
That's
calling me
hella
out here
dope.
with your
Damn.
drawing.
And I also enjoy doing portraits. That's
Hell
my friend.
yeah.
He's not watching, but he was earlier.
How do you on the other ones? How do you do the black? Do you use a Sharpie or just dark?
It's like thin
Just
Go to my
pencils.
other sketchbook.
I got
here.
you.
It's
You
like
just
a-
like shade it in like really.
Oh, one sec. I got another one.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say my other hobby, which is making music.
Oh,
Do you
which
play
kind of
any
music?
specific instruments?
Like lo-fi type stuff.
Lo-fi, dude.
Yeah, lo-fi beats to relax/study to.
I live off of those. I can't live without those.
what?
I just play them
That
on stream.
channel had been temporarily taken off of YouTube, and that live stream finally ended. It had been going for over 2 years.
That's
Hold on,
crazy.
Let me go.
And it shows the amount of hours on there, and it's insane. Okay,
Um,
so
Take it away, Rose.
this is actually a poem I wrote about lo-fi hip-hop radio to relax and study to. Wow. But I had to draw along with it for a school project. So it was like, oh
Lo-fi
Jesus.
hip-hop
How do I
beats
show this?
relax/study
The
to.
body proportions aren't that good. But like the face is cool. And then it like opens up to like space. So
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, I like that. Now, did you do the space background yourself?
I printed a picture of Hubble Deep Space Field and then I colored over it because it was in black and white.
Oh, hell
So-
yeah. I like it.
Thank you.
Adele, did you want to
That's
show any more
from
art
it.
off?
I got like a couple more.
He's sipping
I'm
milk.
just trying. Oh, is ass okay?
Yes. Like I said,
Yeah, okay.
literally no tits. But I mean, you can show tits as long as there's a pasty. Like, because welcome to Twitch.
Or like we put our fingers
Just
over
put a
it.
sticky note over it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's allowed too.
Alright. Well, I got a Hanzo here from Overwatch.
Oh my god, that is so good.
I got
Wait, I
Cammy
didn't
White.
actually-
Oh, you didn't see it? Sorry.
Oh wait, I see it on the stream. That's
Okay,
pretty cool.
here you go. I got Cammy White from Street Fighter, but that one I did a while ago.
Oh, that's so good.
Raiden from Metal Gear. That one took a long time to make. And I don't know if you guys watch Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes. We.
that's that one I did with ink, with like a brush.
Damn.
So yeah.
Um,
I'm impressed.
she wears
Thank
a
you.
sweater. I have nothing as cool as yours.
Oh come on, it's fine.
It shows booty.
That's always nice.
What if like the nipples don't exist? Like there's nothing covering
No,
them. but
that's
they're just
that's
not
fine.
there.
It's
Yeah,
there's
that's
no
fine.
nipple.
Okay.
That's fine,
okay,
too.
Gotcha. Because that's most of my drawings.
I'm telling you, like as long like,
Just like a
boob
mannequin.
can fully be out and it can be so obviously that they're nude. Just no nipple. That's
Okay,
'cause-
I like
Good.
these. I was like studying bodies, so
oh, that's wicked.
I don't know,
good.
ladies.
how
I
the
just
fuck
something about
Do
them.
people make
Oh, it's like
bodies
pretty cool.
that?
Triangle. Think of
Yeah.
it like this. People could say the same thing about your Minecraft creations.
True.
Give yourself some credit, buddy.
Yo, let's get some
Play-
Minecraft
place
art.
Something about
Okay,
them.
no, we're not getting in his Minecraft art.
Please.
Minecraft.
His best creation is no longer active.
Dirt block. Yeah, that's
We won't get into that.
Oh, it's spring
yeah.
break now. Woo.
All right. So, Caitlin, hobby.
You probably know what I'm gonna say. Cross stitching is one of my hobbies. I also have been playing piano for almost 14 years. So that's another thing I do. And if we're talking about weird talents, I can twist my knee so I'm holding my foot with my ribs.
radical.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Radical.
Oh, I could turn my tongue
Yeah.
upside down. That's
Radical,
kind of a
bro.
weird
I've
talent.
got my cross stitches. I seriously just took all of my cross stitches off of my wall
Oh, that's
for
so
this. Because also, this cat is my spirit animal.
I used to draw.
It says
Chunky.
being
my
on a
God.
diet means not licking the chocolate wrapper.
Dude, that's a thick boy.
Yeah, it's a
Dummy
fat
thing.
boy.
That's a dummy thing, man.
And then,
That's a
as I've
big-
shown multiple times, the frog I'm working on.
Oh yeah.
I had one drawing I was proud of. I want to see if I can find it.
So real quick before we go on to the last and final question of the podcast, we went over hobbies, but I forgot to mention skills. Do you guys have any like weird skills? Triangle, start.
Minecraft building.
That's not that's not a weird skill. That's a hobby. Actually, it's a job because you know you charge
You
people.
paid me. Like, what do you mean, like skills?
like Caitlin
fucking-
said, whatever that was.
Twisting my knee and holding my foot with my ribs.
Yeah, that.
It honestly feels so
Um,
good because it pops my knee every
Yeah.
time, and
That.
it feels good. It freaks people the fuck out, though.
I don't know if I have any like fucking skills. I do hobbies, but like I don't have any like natural skills. Like, not really.
Okay. Brad.
I mean, I can sleep through literally anything. Like, I remember one time I fell asleep going up the stairs. That was fun. But I'm not like the narcoleptic type deal where I fall asleep anywhere. I can just sleep anywhere.
All right.
I have to
healthy.
choose to sleep anywure.
Yeah, going off what Adele just said, I don't think that's a skill. I think that's more of a medical condition, but sure, we'll count it.
I
Yeah, good
literally
enough.
slept through a hurricane.
I'm sorry, what?
Maybe you have sleep apnea.
I don't.
No,
Maybe-
sleep apnea is like you don't breathe properly.
stop
when you're
breathing
sleeping.
for
Causes
2
you to
minutes,
be
yeah.
tired like all the time because you can't sleep like where you're getting enough air.
Control when I sleep.
Adele,
My dad had it, so
what are your unique skills or skill?
I can fold my wrist completely until it touches my arm.
Let's see it.
Can you
It's
show
kind of
it?
creepy. I'm warning you. This is my wrist. I can do that. It's kind of gross. I know. It's weird.
Yeah, wait, have you ever like broken your wrist?
Wait,
Is that
that's
why
cool
you
then.
can do
No.
that? Or-
That's fucking.
Oh, I
nice.
No, I just figured out when I was a
I can
kid.
only
Like,
go
oh, I
this
can do that.
far.
I got it. There we go.
Jesus. I can.
No.
I'm double
She gets her
jointed.
whole hand down, Caitlin.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh, I
double-
can.
I
I can
cannot
put my
get
thumb
anywhere
behind
close.
my hand as well,
I'm double jointed. What
yeah, I
about?
can do the thumb thing.
like this.
Wait, do the wrist thing again. Oh yeah,
I know
no,
it's
no,
weird.
that's
Oh my god.
It's like
That's not happening.
yeah, no,
I
no,
can do
none of
that
us
with
can
a
do
cat.
that.
Only cats can do that.
Holy
I can do this
shit.
with my fingers.
How?
Rose,
Just not-
Everybody just goes.
Rose, what's your skill?
So I can turn my tongue upside down, like it's completely upside down. Hey. Or
But can you do the other direction?
no, I can't.
The
like-
weakness.
I can't at all. The other one is like shaking my eyes, but I don't know if you guys be able to see that. Like,
Just get your face like
It's
super
like that.
close to the camera.
ooh. Here, look, hold on. Did you notice it? I don't know.
Eyes do be kinda shaky though.
I can kind of see it.
I can kind of. I saw
I
it
don't
kind
want
of
to
the
like
first
get
time.
way up and close and personal with everyone, but wait, I can't even do it anymore. Hold on. You just
I see it kind of.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see. I saw it that time.
You know
And
the
it's not
thing where,
just
like,
you like
people
looking back and forth.
no. It's
Can
like
move just one eye.
you know how when you can make your head like you tense up and it like shakes.
Oh yeah.
I'm doing that.
Oh
but
my
with,
god,
like,
what
my
the
eyes.
fuck? Dude, y'all are fucking weird, dude.
That is
Wait, I used to be able to like do the
Adele,
thing
you
where
break
can make
your
eyes
wrist.
go outside your head.
No, I haven't.
No, I meant like you bend it in a way that like.
Yeah, I know. People in primary school would be like, do it again, show me. And I would be like, okay.
Do it again.
Do y'all want to see the knee thing?
The what?
Oh, God.
Okay, yeah, sure. Jesus fuck.
I thought you said cursing in like light moderation.
Oh, my God.
Ooh, that does not
That's
look-
like onto some exorcist shit.
Oh no.
Okay. All right. Well, my hobbies. Do I have any hobbies? I guess just play video games. Honestly. I
Yeah.
mean,
I feel
It's
that.
quirky.
I draw, but
It's a
like.
gamer girl.
I draw, but like when on the rare occasion that I do draw, which is like once every couple months, I take it like I'm such a perfectionist that like it's not really enjoyable for me. It's like once the only part that I enjoy is when I finish a drawing and I can look at it after and I'm like, wow, it like makes me feel really good. But like the actual process of drawing is like extremely stressful for me.
Yeah, I get that too.
It's frustrating.
Streaming is not really a hobby since it's my only source of income.
F.
Hobbies. Trying to think. I guess really just playing video games. I guess. I mean, I'm a very boring person. Special skills. Amiibos. Yeah, that's not a hobby. That's.
I have amiibo.
We
I
don't
have
need to
two.
get into what the amiibos are. Do I have any special skills? Fuck, I'm so boring.
That's why you
Gotta
decided to
watch
start
the
a
stream now.
podcast.
Do something cool.
It's just a lot
Oh,
of
hey, can
a lot of self-deprecating humor.
Are you able to like
Definitely.
put your hand behind your back and like hold on to it with your other hand?
Oh, I can do that.
Yeah.
You can only do it with like one side. Most
I can do
people,
it with
anyway.
both. I'm very flexible in that.
Triangle is just the coolest dude around, so that doesn't surprise me.
can
at all.
any of you flip your eyelids?
Wait, there we go.
Oh god.
Oh, I
What?
used to do that, and now I cannot.
Oh Jesus! What the fuck is this turning
What
into?
has this begun? Begun, I mean,
This is
become.
cool.
Yeah.
Is
I
that
remember my dad
Now
used
it
to do
makes
that
me
when I was
so
little, and it used to make me cry. Shit. Do I have any special talents? Fuck.
This is gonna be
I'm trying
midlife
to
crisis.
Dude, it's already there, man.
I can do this with my fingers.
Wait, hold up. I used to be able to do that. I
Is
cannot
jumping
anymore.
hey, is jumping really high a skill? Not really, right?
No,
Yeah,
it's just
sure.
having legs.
We got one yes and 4 no's. Fuck.
Jump really high on stream, and then I'll tell you.
Fuck,
if it's a
okay,
skill or
well,
not.
hold on. No, I didn't say I
Wait.
could do it that much anymore. All right.
Oh.
I
Yeah,
cannot anymore.
I guess
Oh, you're
hobbies like I don't
okay.
know, playing video games, special skills.
Playing video games.
I can eat a lot of mac and cheese. Does that count? All right. Last question. What is everyone doing? This is such a great question to end the podcast on. But what is everyone doing to stay busy during this time?
Video
Triangle.
games.
Excuse me. Is your name Triangle?
Yes.
Adele, start us off.
No. It's fine. I
oh,
already
no,
said
no, no, it's
everything.
good.
I already
It's
said
good.
everything anyway. It's fine.
All right, Brad.
I mean, walking my dog, riding my bike, and I guess.
Is
Like,
this school or a podcast?
I
That
don't
sounds like
know.
the answer you'll give a teacher.
What do you want from me? Going out and hookers and blow? Is that what you want?
Yes, thank
I mean,
you.
that's-
Like, at least now we're being honest.
Yeah, I actually own a strip club. It's pretty good
bro,
work.
Same. Same.
All right, triangle.
Oh, which one?
You know, it's infinite. You probably don't know it.
Oh no.
I've got connections.
He gets all of his girls from eGirl GG.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, triangle. So what are you doing to stay busy during these times?
I just said gaming and crying.
Oh. Wow. Okay. Rose.
Drawing titty anime ladies. Commissioned a big titty anime lady. Clean my bed. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Omegle.
That was big.
Oh,
titties,
oh my god.
I got
For
back
one day.
from Omegle.
Caitlin. Yes.
This is literally all
Thanks.
I'm doing. I don't have a life.
Let's just talk about our hobbies again. That's our answer to all of these.
I mean, I think it's kind of late.
I Reddit, YouTube, and cross stitching. That's my life.
For me, just
Pretty normal.
a lot of streaming. I'm not like most of you guys who were probably not allowed to go to school and stuff like that. So I'm just doing what I was already doing for the most part, which is streaming every day. And making sure people are entertained in this time of misery. And that about wraps
Thank you
it
for
up.
your service.
Yeah, right, dude. The amount of hours I've been streaming with coronavirus going on, holy shit. But yeah, that about wraps it up. I'm gonna go down the list. We're gonna start with Triangle. Triangle, what do you want to say to the people? Shout yourself out. Don't worry, I'm gonna spam your link. You didn't put it in the Discord though.
There.
Yeah, there we go.
Give me money. I need money.
Todd, hey, what do you want to say to the people? All the
Give me
people
money.
watching the okay, nothing else. Like, hey, thank you for watching. Okay, just give him money. All right, Brad, take us away.
I already put mine in. It's at the top. But want me to put it in?
No, you're good. You're
again,
good. Talk to the stream, man. This is
Alright.
your spotlight.
Smoke grass, eat ass, and skate fast.
Oh, the classic.
Nothing
Nice.
changes. Okay.
The original.
Be sure to. I mean, I don't even know. Like, commission Triangle if you need a fucking Minecraft build. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to say to that one? Please follow, Brad. Adele, take it away.
Be safe in this time of crisis, guys.
Hell yeah. And everyone, go follow Adele's Instagram. Rose, take it away.
What's up, guys? Thanks for tuning in to another video. Make sure to hit that like button and subscribe. My Twitter is filled with my drawings if you want to see not safe for work drawings. So hit that up. Buy the merch. Support your girl. Thank you.
Yo, follow the Twitter or Permband, guys.
Oh, but not for me. You hate me.
I said follow Brad on Twitch.
But not for perm ban.
No, because it's self-explanatory. If they don't follow you, they're already banned from last week.
Oh.
Caitlin, take us away.
Don't be stupid. Stay indoors. Stay healthy. And if you need any forms of entertainment, go check me out on YouTube. Subscribe. It's called Crazy Queen. I upload once a week, every single Thursday.
I would also like to add she posts the stream in her
promote his
description
channel.
every single.
I actually
Literally,
promote-
I've checked every single video. Like, I remember when she first started her YouTube channel. Like, I said for her to do that as like a joke. And even when she didn't watch my stream for like 3+ months, I went to her YouTube and she was still plugging the stream. So like, y'all better go sub to her right now, because like
I actually did
I-
shout out your channel again in yesterday's video.
Damn
so.
right you did.
And your link is in the banner of my channel. And
Is it really?
the link is yes, it is. There's a little
Hell
icon in
yeah.
the banner where you can click and check out the stream.
Free
I
promotion,
seriously
boys.
set that as my default. Like every single video automatically has that link in the description of the video.
All right, so that about wraps it up for PalCast episode 3. Thank you guys for all tuning in.
It's 7 a.m.
Big shout out to everyone who was on the podcast tonight. I know there was a lot of technical difficulties and other issues that were addressed during tonight's podcast. I will try next week to be better and make sure those things don't happen again. I apologize to anyone who was bothered / affected by like some of the BS that happened on today's podcast. And I apologize again for the technical difficulties. And again, I hope you guys all enjoyed yourself. And, remember, every single Friday, 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. Every Friday. So I hope you guys, again, all enjoyed yourself. If you're new to the stream, be sure to hit that follow button. And be sure to follow all those links that we just spammed there in chat. And again, hope you guys all enjoyed yourself. Peace out, everyone. Yo, peace.